pants, sweater, and slippers.
Round was way too slow. I don't know if you've seen the project before. It's the second most viewed video on my channel, but I made an app for voting on which Pokemon is roundest. And I built it using all of my favorite technologies, in particular, heavy on the TRPC, Vercel, Next.js, and Prisma, and all my favorite things in the T3 stack. However, those things are great for applications that have lots of features, different behaviors, and we want to scale both the developer side and the infrastructure side really, really far. You might not have the requirements for that project ironed out fully. It's a very flexible stack, but it does not offer the best possible performance once you've ironed out all of the edges and there isn't flexibility. If you know exactly what you want and you have limited enough constraints, you can optimize in ways you otherwise probably shouldn't. And to be frank, a lot of what we're about to cover is things you probably shouldn't do. That all said, I'm really proud because I did make Round 100 times faster by using some different tech and optimization strategies to make it as fast as reasonably possible. Let's get to it. First, I should probably just show what the project is that we're talking about. This is Roundest. You saw it took a bit to load there. It's between 1 and 3 seconds, even though I'm in San Francisco, because of the cold start times. This is the app that we're talking about. Seemed very simple, loads very slow. These are Pokemon that load in that you can vote on for which one's most round. You'll notice that it fades out and takes a bit to fade in. That's because I'm blocking on the images loading as well as the fetch to get the next 2 Pokemon. Right now, these Pokemon are fetched from the back end. We make a request, and then we get back the data for these 2 Pokemon. That includes their ID, their name, and their image, and then we render all of that. There's a video up. It's pretty old before I knew how to stream, so it's a little cringe, but it does show from scratch how to build an application like this using the T3 stack. All of that said, because of how limited this problem is, we made it... Sorry. Because of how limited this problem is, the flexibility of the T3 stack is not optimal for it. And I honestly made a lot of decisions there that would work great if like the number of Pokemon could change and like the database was being updated and lots of other conditions that don't exist due to the limited scope of this app. So given the exact state of this right now, which is Pokemon 1 through 493, rendering and being votable, this is a suboptimal solution by a lot. So how can we make this more optimal? Well, the first thing we need to do is get off of Lambda, at the very least for the first fetch. Having to wait for a full refresh from a Lambda function that is a cold starting, possibly 3-second thing isn't going to work. So we either need a static asset or an edge render. Whenever I'm doing either of those things, I tend to use Astro. So the first move I made was starting from scratch with Astro.js, realizing we're definitely going to need an Excalidraw for this. Shout out Excalidraw, exclamation point Excalidraw in chat for 30% off your first 3 months. Super hyped. They gave us their first ever like referral code. So definitely take advantage of that if you're interested in the software that we use for all of our diagrams on stream. Fantastic stuff. I absolutely love everything Excalidraw. Anyways, switch to dark mode so y'all don't harass me. How I made Round faster. Roundest.t3.gg stack. And faster round stack. The roundest stack, T3, there is just the T3 stack. I'm gonna horizontal align this so I get less annoyed typing. It's the T3 stack, which means it's Next.js, Vercel with lambdas, Tailwind, Prisma, and Planet Scale. So like, yeah, this is the original stack. The first thing I swapped out, I need to come up with a good name for this stack. Unnamed faster stack. First, we're swapping out Next for Astro. It is possible Next.js will get to the point where you can do a lot of these things. It is not there right now. The combination of the not quite there yet edge runtimes, the not great performance on those edge runtimes, and the gigantic JavaScript, like, how do I put it? Just a gigantic JS bundle that it is going to ship around 150 kilobytes. we don't need any of that for how simple this app is. I should actually put another in here. React. Because I don't need all of React for this. And I wanted this to be as small as reasonable without compromising my DX for the simplicity of the app. So we used Preact instead. Preact, for those that don't know, is a as close as possible React clone. That's goal is replicating the React API in as small of a bundle size as possible. It doesn't have like deep support for all of React's core features, and there's a lot of like React packages you can try and use here that aren't going to work. But we don't need much. So we used Preact to build this in a smaller, minimal, and more performant way. I saw a mention of chat being more cursed, but I didn't see the more cursed chats until after you said that. Deno has Preact bundled in it. Might be within like top 3 dumbest messages someone said in chat. I'm sorry for calling you out. Yeah. Anyways, back on topic. Unnamed faster stack. Just realized I'm covering that. I'm done. Cool. So Astra and Preact are the core front-end tech. We're still using Vercel because I'm not going to compromise on that, but we're using Vercel with Cloudflare Edge workers, which means that they start up way faster. We don't have to deal with the cold start times, and we are limited in what we can and can't run. I ran into some fun problems with like a UUID package refusing to work because it expected crypto. Total mess. Somebody mentioned I forgot gRPC. That's a very good point. gRPC. So what am I using for gRPC? I'm using Astro plus routes without type safety. This is one of the bigger compromises I made is I lost type safety on the fetches. I maintained the type safety for the components in like the initial render, but I've given up type safety for the fetch stuff, which is fine when you see how I architected this. It's not as big of a loss. You'll see it. Still on Tailwind. No reason to compromise on that, but it's already pre-shaped in the smallest possible thing. I went without Prisma. I used Planet Scale's database JS, and I'm hitting the Planet Scale HTTP API instead of the Planet Scale DB driver direct. So this is the difference in the stack. Want to see how it performs? So first, we're going to go back to Grounded. Since y'all are going to it, it's going to be cold. There's going to be a warm start, so it's a little faster than normal. But you can see how much time there is between the loads. However, faster rounds, you'll notice page loads instantly. The pictures take a bit. That's because I'm Command-Shift-Ring so that I clear the cache on every attempt. But it is instantaneous. Also, I have this on that URL. That's also going to break the cache, which is fine. But you'll notice once we start voting, the next thing loads in instantaneously on click. So I'm clicking now. I'm clicking now. I'm clicking now. And one additional thing that we can see to the network tab is when I vote, 2 pictures load in. But if I open up one of these pictures, Marowak's not one of the 2 tokens here. But if I vote on one, he's in the next 2. I'm preloading the next 2 images whenever you vote, so that the next one can load significantly faster. If you hammer that button, it will be a lot slower. But it's way harder to get into that state. I'll even put us in slow 3G mode, and you can see that images will still load in pretty damn fast. I'm going a little faster than a slow 3G connection can do. But, and this is a big cool but, if I go to the results page, in slow 3G mode, it still loads almost instantaneously. Not just instantaneously, that was 2 seconds? Yeah, 2 seconds load on a gigantic 490 row page. Being that fast is nuts. And right now it is fetching all of the images because they're all on this page. And now that it's done that, if I go back here, still in slow mode, you'll notice everything loads in instantly because all the images are cached there. So even on a slow 3G connection, this feels snappy as hell. Genuinely really happy with the performance that I was able to get out of this. So, what does the code look like? Is it 100 times scarier? Is this just absolutely miserable to work with? No, it's actually a pretty good DX. I ran into a few issues around the Vercel deployment because of, how do I put it? Doing stupid bleeding edge things, as is my usual way. But once we smoothed those out, in particular caching on Vercel edge functions, once that was smoothed out, we got so let's hop into I did add the rate limiter back too. So here. Somebody asked why no Svelte, because why Svelte? I don't need Svelte. I had a stack that worked that I'm familiar with, so I use the stack that works that I'm familiar with. I guarantee my solution here is faster than a Svelte kit solution without like a lot of manual optimization. So, let's take a look at the code. This is an Astro project. I initted a vanilla Astro type safe app. One of the magic points of Astro is when you fetch things in here in the helmet, it's TypeScript, so it's type safe. So when I get my options here, it's read-only number, because get options for vote is a function that grabs first ID, second ID, two numbers as const. So I'm able to pass those. Now I have a counter component, which you'll notice is a function component, which Astro doesn't have. How am I mounting this? This is a preact component. I'm actually using a preact.js file here, the vote component, and I'm importing that in Astro and mounting that with the ability to pass props to it, which is so cool. It is absurdly cool that I'm able to mount a component on the server and the client with the correct data and not have to worry about a hydration curve. Because something you might have noticed on the version of this app, the next version, Rambus.t3.tg, if you look at the console in dev mode, you're going to get hydration errors because it fetches a random two numbers on the server, doesn't pass those through as page props because I didn't want to use get server-side props, and then it's not serialized on the HTML client gets, so it fetches two different random numbers, and now it's a hydration error, which is obnoxious. This solves that by serializing the properties in the HTML as like a JS script so that they're accessible to the preact code when it mounts in an incredibly minimal fashion. This is, I thought I'd have to do something for this all to work correctly. Nope. This gets these two numbers. Then if we go to the votes component here, I take in A and B are both numbers, and I set the current state as A, B as const. And then I have the next state as a separate state. By having these separate, I'm able to update the next state, start fetching the next picture, and then update current once the user has selected their code. I have two effects here. One goes through the current, thing here and adds it to a has-been-fetched set I have out here, so that I don't have to keep refetching and instantiating new images every time a new one comes in. Because right below it, I have this effect where I go through the next image, filter out ones that have been fetched, and for each new one, I create a new image, and then I set the source to the actual image URL for that image. And I do this for each next image to make sure they are in your cache by the time it comes up. This get image for mon is actually another hack I am pretty proud of. You'll notice /API/image mon.png. I wanted to get better Lighthouse scores, and GitHub's image posting, which is what this was fetching from before, was not going to do that. And I didn't feel like setting up like Astro image for this weird use case, so I wouldn't be able to hit the right cache endpoint if the thing isn't mounted. And I just wanted to hack this out quick. So I made this, wait, no, that's the wrong file. I have API image ID.ts. So I made this custom getter that grabs the ID, removes the .png, and parses the number from that fetch, and then fetches from GitHub the right sprite, creates a new body, updates the cache header, and then puts this in my CDN, so it is way faster than fetching from GitHub. And once these are cached in my CDN, everything loads way faster. Really nice hack that I was impressed with how quickly I could set up. I'm sure that this is very similar to what Astro Image is doing under the hood. Probably does like the proper optimization using, what's it called? The one begins with an S that everybody uses, Sharp, the image package. Probably uses that to properly optimize the images. These are small images. I don't care about any of that. I just wanted proper cache headers, so I did this to fix the cache headers. And now we have a significantly faster way to cache and fetch our images. Boost plus WASM's in the works, according to Ben, who worked on Astro. Super exciting. So one more thing that changed is that we're just generating numbers on client, and it doesn't seem like we're fetching anything. I showed you how we get the image URL, but how do we get the names and other data? Well, the reality is we don't need much other data. Pokemon ID number 4 is never going to change. So having that in our database is a tiny bit, I don't say foolish, but certainly unnecessary, because we know what Pokemon number 1 through 493 are. Again, this is why the things we're talking about here are not realistic for most applications, but due to the limited scope of how the Rambus voting app works, we can make the assumption that all of these Pokemon will always be the same. And as such, I could hardcode all of their names in a file here, in order. And if I +1 the ID of anything in here, that's the correct ID for that Pokemon. This made it significantly easier to have all the data I need when the app immediately runs. Originally, I had this set up where I had the object that had the URL for the Pokemon, the ID of the Pokemon, and the name. I realized I could generate the URL for the Pokemon sprite. I can infer the ID from its index in the array. So all that's left is the name. So I made an array of names, and this is able to minify much better, drops into the JS that's loaded on the page instantaneously. So we have every Pokemon's information as soon as the page loads in the first HTML that goes down the wire, which is really nice. Having all of that included as soon as the page loads makes everything start significantly faster. And we're able to fetch from, or when we first load the page, this code runs on an edge worker. It gets the options, which are 2 random numbers between 1 and 4 and 3, passes those to its component, and then on the server renders the preact component. So when the HTML comes down, the HTML is correct. Then the preact hydrates that component, just that one component, and from there, preact takes over just for the voting and starts fetching the next images ahead of time. That is it. It is very, very minimal. I have one other endpoint that's important, the vote endpoint, where I have a SQL string that is, oh, it's actually not that long. So I insert into the roundestmon.vote table ID, voted for, and voted against. The one annoying thing I had to do in here is, actually I had to do a couple annoying things in here. This file is probably the most annoying thing. So I have my Redis rate limiter here. That worked fine. I have the post function that is in Astro route. It's similar to routes in Next.js where you have API/ and you can drop whatever in there, and that becomes a like JSON like traditional endpoint. This file is doing the same. It runs on an edge worker though, which is really nice. But since I don't have Prisma on here, and I don't want to, I want it to be as fast as possible, I'm using the connection from Reset. Because I don't want Prisma, it's nowhere near fast enough for what we're building here, I'm using the new PlanetScale database package that lets you hit PlanetScale's DB via HTTP from the edge worker. It just uses a rough client to make a raw connection to the database, and that allows us to be much faster, both with how quickly we can spin up the edge and resolve a request, and also how quickly we can get that response back. So this, combined with the edge runtime, has made this part of the app when you actually fetch way faster. That doesn't matter, it's no longer blocked on the client, it just fires a fetch when you vote, so I go to vote.psx. In here, vote for roundest, I left the to-do, so it's not there anymore, so it's done. What we see here is I have the anti-vote, which is the one you didn't vote for, and I post on the API vote endpoint who you voted for and who you voted against. And that's it. And on the endpoint, I take the info that you sent here, I quickly make or test the rate limiter. If too many requests, I send a 429, I reject it. But then I get the JSON out. I run Zod to validate that you passed a voted for and a voted against value. And then I call the make vote function up here, which executes a connection, passes those 2 values from this JSON or this SQL string. And I also have to pass a UID because Prisma doesn't auto-insert those. But I generate a UID, I pass vote for, pass vote against. This gets sanitized by the PlanetScale Connect SDK here, and I'm done. From all of this, I have now recreated Roundest and made it comically faster. Oh, there is one more endpoint. Results. I redid the results page as well. I had to write a SQL query. This one's a little bit longer. It was annoying because I wanted to aggregate and order things, and the order wasn't perfect still, so I do more in JavaScript. I execute that query. I manually pass the type because the Prisma database.js, or sorry, the PlanetScale database.js isn't type safe. It can't be. It doesn't know the shape of your DB. There will be a Prisma adapter in the future where you can hack things around, but for now, it's not inherently type safe. So I built my own type definition here, cast the rows as that. I have a function generate count %. This takes a Pokemon, it votes for and against, and then it generates the how do I put it? The percentage of its votes that are for versus against, so we can then rank them. I then sort the rows by their count percentage, and I have the get image fetcher. I should probably have reused a function in multiple places, but string. And then I set a cache height. Here I create 5 minutes per second. I set that as the max age, and I set an SWR, which means if it's been longer than 5 minutes, you still get the cached page, and the next request will get a freshly generated version of that page. This allows you to always have a page that is in the cache, so it loads instantaneously for all users, even if they might get some stale data as a result of it. The result of this is that the whole app feels significantly, comically faster, and if I get us a quick incog, turn off the slow 3G, because that can sometimes screw up the lighthouse. And it's not going to be straight 100s because of a dumb rule I don't know how to work my way around. I'll show you it momentarily. I still get a 92 out of 100 on best practice because I serve images with low resolution because they are sprites. They are pixel art. I can't do anything about that, Google. That is the nature of the pictures. They are supposed to be pixelated. I'm sorry. I can lie to you if you want and make them fake higher quality. But I'm not going to. So this will never be straight 100s. Because Google doesn't know what's Anyways. That is how I made Roundest comically faster. I don't recommend doing most of these things, but if you do have situations where they make sense, a lot of the parts of what you saw here may be applicable. When you have problems that are very limited in their nature, when you have fixed numbers of things, when you have data that will never change, when you have a limit in the scope of the problem you're solving, encoding that limit in a performant way is a fun hack and side project, whatever you want to call it. It's not necessary, but when you have something as limited as a project, or a part of your project that is this limited, it is a lot of fun to over-optimize and make something that is extremely fast. So I'll pose the challenge to our good friend Primeagen, or anybody else in the community who wants it, see if you can make something faster than this. I'd be impressed, genuinely. You might make an endpoint that responds faster, but can you make an experience for the user feel in all network conditions as fast as it does? I would love to see you try, genuinely. Go make something fast. Try and make it fun too. Join Discord with Kevin already so you can share it with your friends. Really appreciate it so much. Thanks, guys. Somebody said in YouTube chat, add image rendering pixelated in the CSS and the sprite images look much better. Oh, that's a thing? Let me just HTML edit that quick. Image rendering pixelated. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That looks so much better. Okay, thank you, kind sir. We're gonna make a quick change. Dude, let's go through my actual workflow when I find something like this. Image render pixelated Tailwind. Let's see if there's a Tailwind class for this. No, that's a plugin, which means there is not. So sadly, I'm gonna have to add a style equals image render pixelated. Let's see if that works. That did not seem to work. Check. Oh, right image, right? Somebody said I could extend the CSS. I can, but I don't have any CSS written yet, is the problem, and I don't feel like it. I would like to do this in rendering, or image rendering. Haha, that is it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, chat, for reminding me how dumb I am. Really appreciate it. Seriously, that was very helpful. Really to do. Make images look way better. UI chat. I am actually very curious if that fixes Lighthouse. It'll take like 15 seconds to deploy, so we'll see in just a sec. Maybe we'll immediately see the difference. New. Not come in yet, so okay, cool. Now that works. Analyze. Let's see. That did it. Woo! 300. Cool that it is that smart. Thank you so much for contributing 20 euros just to tell me that I needed to use a better image rendering strategy, James Craig. You're a legend. Thank you. Best YouTube message to date for sure. You got me a better looking website and straight 100s. Fuck yeah. Cool. So I made round faster and better looking. What a stream. And 20 euros. Good deals. Good deals all around. That's a flush. Yeah, straight up. Good shit. Yeah. I haven't been paid to be told how to fix something before. That's great. It's supposed to go the other way. I'm supposed to pay consultants. Yeah. Need to clean our code more. Actual legend. Shout out, James.
www, the beginning of every website, or at least most of the time, and these days web browsers usually hide that part anyway, but if you click on it you can still reveal it. But if you've been around the block a few times, you may have occasionally come across websites that don't start with www, but rather something like www1 or 2 or even 3 or something else. What is the deal with those? Why don't they start with www? Why do they do what they do? So to understand what's going on, first let me quickly go over what exactly is www. Why do you see it at the beginning of every website, or most of them? And really it turns out that www is just a regular old subdomain, like you might see for mail.google.com or blog.example.com. Subdomains may be used like that to differentiate between different parts of the website, like the blog versus the main website, or it might be used to distinguish different types of internet services on that server. So ftp.example.com would be what you use to connect to the FTP part of the server, whereas if you just go on the regular example.com, the web browser uses it. And www is actually just a regular subdomain, just like those examples. It's not a special subdomain of any kind. You can add www if you want or not, just as a regular DNS record like you would for adding any other type of subdomain to your website. And actually the whole www thing started kind of as an accident. You see, one of the first websites out there was for the CERN laboratories, and basically they wanted to create a couple different pages. So for the main info page, it was meant to be info.cern.ch, and they were also going to create another one for the World Wide Web project, which was www.cern.ch. Apparently though, these DNS records were switched somehow, so if you wanted to go to the main website, you just go to www.cern.ch, and they never really bothered fixing it, or at least by the time they did fix it, it was so popular that other websites actually started using www in front of them. Nowadays though, especially, it doesn't matter what you type in. A website can choose to either use www or not. You can type in either one, and then the website will just redirect to accommodate whatever a user wants to do. And a lot of times though, you can choose whether or not to have the naked domain redirect to the www version. A lot of websites do that. Even if you just have to type in google.com, it might redirect to www.google.com. And you might think, what's the point of that? If it's hidden in the web browser anyway, why even have that? Well, it turns out for larger websites, at least with a lot of traffic, it is beneficial to have the www subdomain. Now, I'm going to explain why as simply as I can, but it is probably going to be very technical. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. But basically, a naked domain, so just example.com, when you go to set a DNS record, which is basically telling the browser what IP address to go to on the internet to actually access the website, the naked domain can only use what's called an A record, which basically means this domain is assigned to this IP address, which corresponds to a specific server. Subdomains, however, can have either A records, which redirect to a specific IP address and therefore a specific server, or they can have what's called a CNAME DNS record, which means it doesn't have to just be an IP address it redirects to, but it can actually redirect to another domain or subdomain. This can be beneficial because it can allow a lot more flexibility to whoever is running the server that you're pointing to. So say, for example, you're using Amazon Web Services to host your website, and you're given a specific server that you want to redirect your website to, and it's hosted on that server. If you use an A record, it's going to point to a specific IP address specifically to that server. It's fine, it'll work. Until potentially there is maybe an overload on the server goes down for whatever reason, then you would have to go into your own website's DNS records, fix it, assign it to a different server, and Amazon can't really do anything about it. They're not going to switch the IP address of all the servers around just so your website now is redirected to one that works. Instead, what you could do is set your DNS record on the website to a CNAME, such as server1.aws.com. In this way, Amazon can detect, oh no, the original server we were using is down, so now we'll just change server1.aws.com to redirect to a backup server. And that way, you don't actually have to do anything. Your website will automatically, because Amazon is managing this presumably, Amazon will handle the switching, and they don't have to change any IP addresses around. They just change where that name points to. So basically, if you run a big website that may potentially require some load balancing, having a www as the subdomain, the main website, makes it a lot easier to automatically have the servers rebalance and redirect all the traffic around, and it's not so simple to do that if you have a naked domain. Besides just the technical reasons for website owners, I do actually think www has some benefits to regular users as well, especially because nowadays there are so many more top-level domains. Before, originally, you probably know it was always .com, .net, .org, maybe the occasional .gov, or maybe one for your specific country. But these days, there are way more. In fact, there are over 1,500 top-level domains, and some of these are really weird. It's like .movie, .delivery, .today, .earth, .download. And even major companies have bought up their own top-level domain with their company name. For example, FedEx, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Panasonic, Sony, Microsoft, way more. These are all top-level domains. If you want to look at the full list, you can view it on the IANA website. That's the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. I'll put the link in the description. They just have a list of all of them on their site. Though I will point out that for the company top-level domains, those companies definitely have control over that, so it's not like you can just go out and buy a .microsoft domain name. They obviously would not allow that. But anyway, my point is, if you or a company buys one of these weird, unusual top-level domains, say they go to put their site on a billboard, maybe Microsoft says, visit us at cloud.microsoft. You're like, wait a minute, what is that? Is that a website? Like, and someone who doesn't know about these weird top-level domains might not understand what it is. Or is that like an Instagram or social media handle that they just forgot to put the @ on or something? But if you put www.cloud.microsoft, it makes it much more obvious, or at least hints towards that it is actually definitely a website and not just some weird, I don't know, branding name. But now that we know what www is, we can go back to the main topic of the video. Why do some websites not use www, but rather www number or whatever? One example I came across, which kind of inspired this video, is when I was trying to go on the website Wolfram Alpha, which is a super useful website, by the way, and I accidentally mistyped it as wolfamalpha.com. Turns out that domain is also owned by the Wolfram Alpha company, so they probably just bought it because it was a typo. But I noticed when I looked at it that it was weirdly showing www25.wolfamalpha.com. I was like, what's up with that? And there are other websites out there that are accessible, not with www, but for example, www1.city citibank.com.au. That's the Australia version of Citibank. That's accessible, and that doesn't use www. Well, like I said earlier in the video, www is not a special subdomain of any kind. It's arbitrary. If you wanted, you could have your website redirect to the main page being zzz.example.com or whatever you want. It doesn't even have to be 3 letters. It could be mainpage.whatever.com. But if you did do that, it might confuse people, and most people know www, so that's just what every website uses. But if you go on the website and it says www2.whatever.com, there may be a couple reasons for it. First of all, it could be basically the backup server. So, for example, it could be for load balancing, where if the main www server is down, then it could be set to redirect to whatever the www2 server is. However, it's not really an elegant way, because we already kind of came up with the thought that, well, if you use www, then it can already redirect sort of to a different server. So there is technically a way you can do it using different www subdomains. It's just not very elegant, and it's more obvious to you that something is going on in the background. But basically, most of the time, if you do see www2 or another number, it probably is a backup server that you're accessing. Now, with my Wolfram Alpha example, you may be wondering, wait a minute, why does that extra domain that's just a typo have www25? Surely that does not need a backup if it's a typo domain. There can't be that many people accessing it to require backup. And that is actually something I'm kind of curious about. If I go on the main actual wolframalpha.com, if I type in www25, which is the same as the typo one, that's not a valid subdomain, but www25 is, and most other numbers actually are. If I go through 1 through 99, basically, all of those are valid subdomains. There are a couple exceptions like www2 and www4 for some reason, but if you go to basically any of the other numbers, it does redirect to the main website. And actually, if you were to ping www3.wolframalpha.com, you can actually see it has a different IP than the main www subdomain. With other of the www subdomains, though, it does also just redirect back to the main domain. So clearly, some of these subdomains have another server, which might be a backup, and I don't know how it's arranged on the back end, but I'm assuming these are all just backup oriented. So that is an example of at least some of those subdomains showing probably being for a backup server. Now, why does wolfamalpha.com have www25 as the main subdomain? Well, I don't know, maybe it's set to be on the 25th backup, which kind of would make sense. It's like, put it on a server that doesn't really need any usage most of the time, or maybe it's just completely random and no one really cared when they were setting up because it's a random typo domain or something like that. But in any case, hopefully now you've seen some examples, you know why. You might come across a weird subdomain. It's not really anything special. It's just kind of like a backup potentially, or just a design choice. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you want to keep watching, the next video I'd recommend is one where I was talking about what happened to the A and B drives in Windows. You almost never see them anymore. So I'll put that link right there. You can check that out by just clicking on it. So thanks so much for watching, guys, and I'll see you in the next video.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. has been slain.
The first case. First case I want to tell you about happened in 1993. And it is particularly interesting because no one managed to explain what happened there. I will add a few photos to this post, and first has an apartment complex where it happened. Second, an exact place where body was found. Second stairwell between the third and fourth floors, if you absolutely must know. So, around 10 o'clock in the evening, an investigatory operated group. In this small town, it consisted of just random regular cops, but usually had an investigator, translator's note, Soviet/Russian analog of a detective, and an expert criminologist. They were called in on a report about discovery of a corpse, and this is what they saw on that staircase. A human body leaking a shitload of blood, head separated from torso, and lying not far away. Lacerations look as if someone, quote-unquote, chewed him, according to my grandpa. His clothes, that consisted of training pants, sweater, and slippers, were torn in dozens of places, and also some smaller injuries on his naked skin. It was instantly obvious that this corpse was fresh, which was confirmed by criminologists on the scene. Rigor mortis hasn't set in yet, which indicated that less than 2 hours passed since the moment of death. This was confirmed later, during the interrogation of the victim's inconsolable widow, who lived on the 4th floor, and whose door was like 3 meters from the body. By the way, she was the one who actually found and reported the corpse. The widow was clearly an alcoholic, and already had time to get wasted, but nonetheless, she did provide some information. Her husband left the flat at around 9:30 in the evening to take out some garbage. In 15 minutes past, she started to worry that he decided to stop and chat with his drinking buddies, who usually sat near the entrance of the apartment complex, drinking. Windows of their flat provided no overview of the yard outside, if I recall correctly, so she decided to go downstairs herself to look for him. But the moment she left her flat, she saw a disfigured body of her husband in a pool of blood. She failed to provide any more details during the later questionings. And now, for the interesting part. Interrogations of other inhabitants of that complex provided literally no additional information. Not a single one of them heard any ruckus, screams, or even any sounds of fighting. Nothing. And that is considering the shitty non-soundproof doors people had back then. There was also indeed a bunch of drunkards sitting on a porch downstairs. According to them, they were hanging out there since around 8 in the evening. And all that time, only some old lady who lived on the 1st floor and a single mother who lived on the 2nd had entered the complex. Both of them also heard and saw nothing during that time. Not a single person left the complex. By the by, my grandfather almost instantly suspected some sort of large dog. What else could dismember a person in such a manner in the middle of civilization? Later investigation revealed that there were 2 dog owners in that complex, but their dogs were not nearly big enough to inflict such wounds, which was also later confirmed by the coroner. Head was indeed separated from the body, as if with the teeth of a large animal. His spine was literally grinded in places. Also, one of his legs had very clear markings of jaws. According to the coroner, it looked very deliberate, as if left there intentionally. Every single tooth of both lower and upper jaw left a clean mark, which almost never happens in normal coroner's practice. That one sure never even seen such a thing. Jaws indeed were similar to dogs, but a really big one, and there were 48 of those teeth marks there, while normal dogs only have 42. Sometimes a bit more, sometimes a bit less, but rarely, and not by much. Now, a couple of my own comments. Large dog is indeed capable to separate grown man's head from his body in 15 to 20 minutes. I can confirm this as an owner of a large dog. No, my dog didn't kill anyone, but he can chew through a large bone in around 10 minutes. But there would be a fuckload of noise and shouts. Okay, if the dog somehow managed to rip that guy's vocal cords on the first bite, there wouldn't be many shouts, which I guess is possible, considering the size of his jaws. But how could no one notice a huge ownerless dog entering and exiting the apartment complex? Such animals tend to be remembered. Another strange thing is that blood was only found near the body. There was no blood on the stairs themselves, neither above nor below, as if he was first put on the floor, then got his head calmly chewed off in silence. My dog attacked a homeless dog once. There was a lot of blood. It was fucking dripping from its jaws and chest all the way home. And let me remind you that humans have much more blood than a dog. Nothing like that here. Everything is crispy clean. So we have something big that appeared on the staircase between the floors. That house had no garbage chute, if you would like to entertain such a wild theory of its method of movement. It silently chewed a grown man's head off, left a dozen injuries on his body without any signs of resistance, and then disappeared. And so it goes. Officially, the case was explained by a wild dog attack and closed the fuck down. Not before informing all of the local dog catchers that they should do their work better in the future. A story from Anand's childhood. This story also happened around 1993 in that same small town near Moscow. I tried and failed to Google anything about it, and I've never heard anyone discussing it here in this town, so I guess there is no reason to give away the name, to be quite honest. My gramps worked in local militia, and I asked him about that case many times, so I guess I didn't completely imagine it, even though I was like 4 years old back then, and my memories are a bit foggy. Back then, young women started to disappear in our town. Absolutely normal girls, not some criminals' girlfriends or anything like that, according to my grandpa. In a single month, 6 of them disappeared. In a single month. And then, the 7th was lost. Her father was a trainer in a local boxing club, popular with both sportsmen and local thugs. From a whole bunch of his clients and friends who were willing to help him, he created some sort of militia patrol aimed at looking for his daughter and preventing similar abductions in the future. This militia started to stroll around the neighborhood in small groups. And one night, I woke up from some loud noises from the outside. I ran to my window and saw my mother and father standing there, looking at a bunch of guys who were trying to widen some tiny cellar window that was right under mine, the first floor, with sledgehammers. Now for some facts from my gramps. Guys from one of those patrols saw 3 guys carrying something big towards that cellar. They immediately ran after them, but those 3 guys have managed to close the heavy steel cellar door before they were caught. Later, I learned that they also built a barricade from some garbage lying inside when they realized that the guys from the militia were not joking. So, the militia guys called all the others and broke into the basement through that window, where they found those 3 crazy fuckos armed with knives, and a girl's already dismembered body. I know now that there was also a handwritten book in an unknown language. It was later apparently lost or stolen right from the evidence box. There was also a hacksaw for metal and a dog's skull. Walls and floor were covered in some symbols written in chalk, which were mostly destroyed under the feet of 24 boxers who entered that basement, but nothing of value was lost, I guess. By the time cops arrived, those 3 guys were already heavily beaten by the boxers. 2 of them got crippled for life. 1 actually died. Few boxers received some superficial cuts. Interrogation by raging father gave no results. Same as latter interrogations by militia. Many traces of blood were found in that basement though, from different people and from a long period of time. As you can expect, no bodies were found even though search parties combed through every neighborhood and the nearby forest. The 2 survivors kept their silence. Come to think of it, those guys were some sort of fucked in the head necromancy cosplayers or something, and even they managed to hide those bodies very well. Imagine what a smarter person with no mental issues could do. The second case. I just stumbled upon those photos, so I guess I'll tell you about them. I have to warn you that some people might not find it too scary, but this case always captivated me. There's just something about it. Also, when I once saw some tiny lights in that wood at night, I figuratively shat my pants. It will be no longer than the first one, but do prepare yourselves, for I have no fucking idea how long the third one will be either. It happened in the winter of '95. Around 8 o'clock, a strange visitor came to a local militia station, a priest of the local church, which, by the way, happens to be in the middle of fucking nowhere. He came to report threats he has been receiving for some time now. Priest brought a bunch of notes with him, which were written on torn notebook pages, on crooked black letters. They were written with a bunch of mistakes. That desk cop on duty that night had a field day with, but he didn't laugh for long. According to the priest, he regularly received those notes in his mailbox, first every 3 days, and later, every day, which was the reason he decided to finally report them. After being asked if he wanted to add something else to his report, he hesitantly added that, recently, he started to hear the sounds of slaps in his apartment, as if someone was slapping linoleum in his corridor and kitchen with bare hands, very distinctly. When asked if he could actually check what it was, he answered that he was too scared to leave his room, and he just prayed to God, hoping for his protection. He was clearly worried that people would think he is just insane, and people at the station indeed thought so, but his report was officially accepted nonetheless. It was a busy period for militia, and since Priest didn't look well in the head, the case and those notes were forgotten for a time. Around a week later, an investigatory operative group gets a call. In the forest, around 200 to 250 meters deep, on the glade you can see on the first photo, a body was found. And not just some body, but, as you have probably guessed, the body of that very priest. The state of that corpse was pretty fucking terrible. Almost all of the muscle tissue on his hands and legs were missing. Body was covered in livor mortis and blemishes. Facial features were distorted by the rot. He was only recognized so quickly thanks to his cross, which was the only element of clothes on him, and his long hair and his beard. Later it was concluded that he had died 7.5 to 8 days before the discovery. Additionally, his body clearly was kept indoors for some time, since it wouldn't have rotten so much in the winter frost. It was confirmed by the elderly guy who found the body, since he used to walk with his dog every day on the same route in this forest, and only discovered the body that morning. Also, which is especially bizarre, many prints were found around the body that looked like prints of human hands. They didn't look like handprints. They were handprints. It was just fucking ridiculous at that point. Quoting my grandfather, there was a trail of such prints leading around the forest, and strangely enough, not on the cleared trail, but around it, in the snowdrifts. There was no evidence of a body being dragged. All the other prints belonged to the elderly guy and the cops. Previous night, there was a serious snowfall, which would have covered the tracks, so the body clearly wasn't there for long, and it clearly didn't happen to appear there by itself. Questionings of the elderly guy, residents of the nearby houses, and guards of a garage cooperative close by didn't clarify much, though the elderly guy kept nagging about finding corpses of animals on that glade. Dogs, cats, rats, crows, and such. He reported it to the militia many times, but nothing was done about it, and he had to bury animals himself. He also just had to share his theory about Satanists with the investigators. The place itself was far away from anything. The closest houses were like 600 to 700 meters away, same as that garage cooperative. No cars stopped nearby, no mysterious people were seen there, not even ordinary people with a big bag or parcel. They'd like fuck off, and that's when someone remembered about the notes. Earlier notes were rather simplistic, basically threats like, reject your faith or we will kill you. But those that came later were a bit more interesting. Take off your cross, or you will feed the hungry one with yourself. My grandfather quoted that from his memory. There was more, but he didn't recall what those were about, sadly. All of them had a bunch of mistakes, as I already stated. No handwriting expertise was done, to my knowledge, but those notes were quickly given away to experts in order to check for fingerprints, while the investigators decided to visit the priest's flat. The door wasn't closed, though there were no signs of forced entry. Remembering the priest's words about slaps on the floor, linoleum in his corridor and kitchen were checked, without much hope, for fingerprints. But it was a sudden success. A few clear handprints. Huge fingers certainly were not the priest's. Fingers looked like they belonged to some hammer or a smith, according to my grandfather. Other than that, everything in this flat looked in order. All the obvious valuables, like the icons, were still there, but there was no way to know for sure since that priest lived alone and had no relatives, with him being an orphan. In short, fingerprints on the notes were identical to those on the floor, but neither the local militia station nor the bigger regional archive had those prints in their databases. Meanwhile, a coroner report stated that muscles in his hands and legs weren't eaten by the animals, but neatly removed with surgical accuracy, using either a scalpel or a small and very sharp knife. No additional wounds were found on his body, and no traces of known poisons were found either. The militia had started to question members of the priest's church parish. He wasn't seen there since the day he reported death threats to the local station. Obvious conclusion was that he disappeared after visiting it, since it happened after the evening service. So, it happened either on his way home or at his flat, considering it was found open. Questioning his neighbors revealed that he probably didn't come home that day. One old lady even came to his door at about 9 in the evening to ask for some life advice, but no one opened. She didn't hear any suspicious sounds or see any suspicious people either. It seemed to be a complete dead end. All the local invalids were checked, just in case. Investigators really tried to somehow work that strange handprint angle. At first, they started to check those who lived nearby, and after Chechnya and Afghanistan, there were many. By the end of it, militia checked almost all towns' invalids, but found no fingerprint matches. They didn't really expect any results at this point, to be honest, so they just wrote it off to probable local cultists, which was really easy to do back then because of that story that happened when I was a child. Even those 2 guys that were caught 2 years ago were questioned, but to no avail. Maybe it was their friends doing or something, but I doubt it, since modus operandi seems too different. Of course, if Priest wasn't largely ignored when he came to the station, he probably could have told them something else, and that info might have resulted in a soft case. But we have what we have, and it really smells of some mysticism, in my opinion. By the way, here's another photo of that place made at around 11 in the evening. Those little lights that I told you about in the beginning. Zooming didn't result in anything, and the flash on my camera was so fucking bright that I got scared and decided to leave that place in case I was seen. Not that I'm a coward, but You know, that forest becomes really creepy when you know this story. The lights are around the place where the glaive is, and those are certainly not cigarette lights. Too far away to be seen so clearly. Possibly small campfires of motorcycle lights, because there is no way to get a car there. It remains a mystery. The third case. So, gentlemen, let's go further. There probably won't be much paranormal sounding stuff in this one, since the real question here is not how someone would do this, but why? Why the fuck would someone do this? Let's go. It happened in 1991, which was a hard time. Levels of apathy and general unprofessionalism in Russia were off the charts back then, which played a role in this case. No one was sure about tomorrow and the future of their country. It all began with a call from a very bad address for a very shitty reason. Apartment complex where it all happened can be seen on a photo that I add to this post. For as long as I can remember, this particular place was always considered bad and dangerous. But not because it had ghosts or some shit like that, of course. Reason was much simpler. It was a former dorm that in those times was filled with people from the very bottom of society. Robberies, knifings, and murders happened there regularly. Even I had a chance to see local, so to say, customs personally when I was a kid. I was riding my bicycle nearby when a human head flew out of some window and landed around 30 meters away from me. According to rumors, some drug addicts had an argument. But anyway, I'm just telling this so that you would better understand what kind of atmosphere that place had, and why I didn't go inside to make some photos for you. And yes, I pissed myself. Getting back on the topic, in one of the flats on the second floor, a family was murdered. Said family consisted of a single mother, her 7-year-old daughter, and, as was found out later, a year-old infant. They were extremely poor, and according to the old lady living in the next apartment, the poor thing was nearly driven to a heart attack when she discovered the bodies. The mother held no job, drank nonstop, and often brought some suspicious men home. The daughter was practically homeless and never went to any sort of kindergarten or school. How did an infant manage to survive in such a family is unclear. According to Grandpa, you should divide anything those old Soviet grannians say by 2 if you want to get closer to the truth. But it all looks shitty nonetheless. The door was slightly ajar, which allowed for bodies to be found. As for the bodies, at the first glance, it looked like a typical case of domestic violence, with some excessive force though. Around 30 knife wounds on each body. Wounds were at least 2 days old. Criminology experts' theory was that those wounds were inflicted on the already dead bodies. The mother was killed in the kitchen. Signs of struggle were all around. Furniture was overturned. Fridge handle torn off. Some dishes were broken. A bottle of uncharacteristically expensive vodka and some rotting delicacies were picturesquely lying on the cheap, dilapidated table. The daughter, it looked like, was killed in her sleep because she was found in her bed in an embryo pose. No signs of resistance. As for the infant, no trace of him was found, except for a baby fence in his sister's room. The infant's very existence was only corroborated by that same old lady, and later on, other neighbors. No diapers, no baby food, no stroller, no birth certificate. Nothing. Which is, considering the social status of that family, quite possible. But even the surface search of the apartment revealed a lot of interesting things. Not only was the freezer chock full of expensive food and alcohol, there was also a very large sum of money hidden in the icebox. Literally a few packs of money hidden inside the cheap wrappings, which was a normal way to hide money and valuables from possible robbers those days. But what were they doing here in the apartment of these piss-poor people? That raised some questions, because connection between those valuables and deaths was obvious. Further questionings of the neighbors and local alcoholics in the yard clarified 3 important things. First of all, murdered women was popular here, if you know what I mean, and her door was usually open. Second, according to a score of witnesses, a strange man started to visit her in the last week. He clearly wasn't local, and even though descriptions slightly varied from witness to witness, they painted a certain picture. uncertain age, completely bald head, always in the same brown three-piece suit, patent leather shoes, and a bow tie. In short, he looked like he was loaded with some dough. No one could provide investigators with any distinctive details of his physical appearances or face. Such people rarely, if ever, visited this place, and it is a whole separate question as to why didn't anyone try to rob or just beat him up? Because that kind of people were not too popular in that house, to say the absolute bloody least. Many people saw him entering the apartment complex and victim's flat, but no one saw him leave. Another thing was suspect's interesting and unusual manner of speech. According to people who talked to him, it was florid, artsy, old-fashioned, and extremely polite. Sadly, no one could quite recall what that man asked him about, though all witnesses could recall that he had some questions, which wasn't completely unusual in such places, since inhabitants were usually drunk or on something. He was seen at least 3 times in the last week, though by the time militia arrived, he wasn't seen there for 3 days straight. And finally, the third important piece of info. The moment this man started to come to this apartment, the victim stopped receiving visitors, and her flat, for the first time in years, fell silent. No shouts, no loud noises, no baby cries. So yes, the infant's existence was finally corroborated by the accounts of most witnesses, but no one remembered the dead woman ever being pregnant. Bodies then were brought to the coroner, and when they were loading them into the car, it looked as if every bone in those bodies were broken. Basically behaved like a couple of ragdolls. Further search of the apartment didn't provide investigators with any additional details. No signs of forced entry, no traces of blood, except for those of the victims. The bottle of vodka and glasses on the table were, of course, checked for fingerprints, but only prints that belonged to the victim were found. Doorknobs in her flat gave such a wild range of different fingerprints that experts exhausted themselves to no end, just by comparing every set with what they had in their databases. In any case, almost all fingerprints belonged to local lowlifes who haven't seen her for at least 2 weeks. Now, coroner's report was much more fucking interesting. Indeed, injuries on the bodies were inflicted when victims were already dead for around a day at that point. But this is not the interesting thing. Autopsy showed that every bone in their bodies, except for the skull and cervical vertebrae, became extremely brittle and were, basically, heavily damaged by fuck knows what. They certainly weren't broken by the blunt trauma, since there were no traces of such damage on the bodies themselves. Not to mention that it would be a very tiring process, breaking every tiny bone in the human body. Also, bodies would look like a couple of torn bloody bags after that. Damage dealt to the bones reminded the local militia expert of the effects of highly concentrated hydrofluoric acid. But there were 2 big problems with this theory. First, hydrofluoric acid of such concentration would have left extreme fucking chemical burns, considering that all of mother's and daughter's bones were heavily damaged. They would have to take a bath in that acid to achieve such effect, but there were no surface traces of that. Second, this acid leaves such a chemical bouquet in human body that tests would have surely identified it, but the only irregular thing about their bones was a critical lack of calcium, and that was that. At the same time the tests were conducted, a call came from one of the witnesses interrogated earlier. He saw the suspect entering Boiler House near the apartment complex. Not wasting any time, my grandfather got 2 operatives and moved out. The door to that Boiler House territory was indeed open. Whether it was lockpicked by the suspect or just left unclosed by the sloppy workers was never found out. But according to all regulations, that door must have been locked. On the photos you can see that very Boiler House. Kindly forgive me for not trying to get inside. There is an actual lock hanging there now, and trying to climb over the concrete walls with barbed wire is not my idea of fun. So, Grandpa went there and met 2 middle-aged women working inside. By the way, there are supposed to be like 5 or 6 personnel working at all times, according to regulations. This is probably the reason why something blew up inside when I was a kid. They were noticeably twitchy and were not acting normal, almost as if afraid. When questioned about the suspect, they nervously laughed and denied any knowledge about him. The way they tried to bullshit me was pretty cartoonish, according to my grandpa. But at that point, my gramps didn't give much of a fuck about them. Just left one of his operatives there to watch the main entrance, and those two. The other one of his subordinates he took with him to more effectively conduct the search of the area. By the way, the building was pretty fucked up. It, as you can see from the photos, is very old and multi-tiered, so everywhere there was moisture, rust, and only 1 out of every 10 light bulbs was working, so they had to get their flashlights. In the far corner of that building, one that probably no one visited for years, a baby's loose jacket was found, hanging between the interleaving pipes. Grandpa and his subordinates started to frantically search everywhere in that area. They literally looked under every single pipe in that building, but found nothing. Even a criminology expert, who arrived later, had no luck with fingerprints or any prints whatsoever. The baby's jacket had no traces of blood on it, or any other traces at all. It looked so clean, as if it was just recently washed. The 2 women were called later for questioning. One of them kept stating that she saw or knew nothing, and the other disappeared after the very first interrogation. As her melancholic drunkard of a husband said later, she just left home without even packing any of her belongings. Despite all the numerous questions Militia asked her husband and colleague, despite checking all possible connections, nothing gave any result. For all intents and purposes, those women were completely normal. Even their fingerprints were taken and compared to those found in the victim's flat. But this naturally ended with failure. At that point, the case came to a grinding halt, and it seemed like there was nowhere left to dig. Suddenly, a month later, another call came from the same apartment complex, from the same old lady who found the bodies. According to her, faint sounds of crying were coming from the now sealed apartment where the murders took place. Operative Investigatory Group answered the call. My gramps told me that he almost physically felt surrealism of the situation. Sealed door of the dead apartment had no signs of forced entry, and Gramps, indeed, heard a faint sound of a baby crying inside. It took them half an hour to get inside the apartment, and indeed, an infant was found there. Only, he had no eyes. I mean, there was no blood or anything, just no eyes. As was later found out, they were surgically removed from his sockets. A thin layer of pink skin was covering places where the eyes should have been, with tiny scars marking them, as if after plastic surgery. No injuries or pathologies beyond that were found. If you are curious about his fate, he was first brought to a children's hospital, then to an orphanage for infants. I don't know what happened to him later, but I suggest he had a very unhappy life. Though I am curious if anything else strange happened to him. So it goes, gentlemen. I am tired as fuck typing all of this. Translator's note. Imagine what it's like typing and translating it, bitch. Narrator's note. Imagine what it's like reading. Actually, that's not that bad. Never mind. Woe is me. I'm just being a little bitch. But I will add my grandpa's theory and a couple of my own thoughts nonetheless. His theory was that the infant was basically brought from his alcoholic mother by that guy in a 3-piece suit. But something went wrong with the deal and led to him killing the mother and the daughter as a witness. Method of murder itself was much less clear. Let's suppose knife wounds were either a way to lead the investigation on the wrong path, though the murderer seemed too clever to think that they would fool the experts, considering that he clearly knew how to not leave any traces of his presence, or mask the way that bone-damaging substance entered the body. Though, injuries on both bodies seemed very random. Some parts of bodies were covered with injuries, while others were left untouched. And again, experts had no idea what kind of poison could have such an effect without leaving any traces. Next thing, who would leave such a huge sum of money to a corpse? There really was a fuckload of money there, and only some poor woman who drank away her brains could think that no one would find them. But fact is a fact. The money was there. How to tie it in with those 2 women from the boiler house, I have no fucking idea. By the way, the one that left never came back. My grandpa often returned to this case and checked for any new information about her possible whereabouts. I guess someone managed to scare them really good, but there is no way to really know now. And fuck if I know where that baby jacket was going. Next, the infant. Where did the victim get him? Was he stolen? Left on a doorstep? Scars from such things as eye removal don't heal in a mere month, as you might know. Was it some other baby? But how? And why? Also, those who saw the child before all of this happened stated that he had a birthmark on the right side of his forehead. Baby with no eyes had the exact same birthmark. I guess getting inside the sealed apartment wasn't much of a challenge, since the killer might have had the keys. But even without all of that, I think there are many mysterious things about this story. But that's it. You might fling some shit at me because this case didn't have much in terms of paranormal, but believe me, the next case has it in spades. The fourth case. First of all, I have to disappoint you, because the most paranormal story will have to be reserved for later. I didn't pick the best of times to go out and make photos. Not only did I almost shit my pants because of some creepy dude there, but also, visibility was shit. However, a few of these photos will fit another story quite nicely. Use your imagination to envision the locals that I'm going to tell you about, because some of these places are too far away, or too creepy, or they don't exist anymore. Still, I think you will find this case to your liking. Here it goes. It's 1992. The country is still shaken. My grandpa is still serving in the militia of our town. One day, a weird guy comes to his station, acting all awkward and shy, obviously nervous. According to Grandpa, he looked like a drunken bum in dirty, torn clothes. Despite his looks, though, he had a proper passport and a legal address. In short, he told them this. In one of the farthest and worst parts of town, that consisted of garage cooperative and an abandoned train depot, his friends started to go missing. You can see the depot gates on the first photo. I have no fucking idea why it glows green, but I guess it looks amusing. By the by, I have no idea why that depot was even there. I've never seen a single train on those fucked up tracks in my life. Anyway, his friends were not just some random guys, but true-to-life vagabonds who had some sort of spot there where they hid from people's eyes. Also, there was scrap and copper reception point nearby. Translator's note. Selling stolen scrap and copper was an integral part of survival for many bums back in the 90s. That explains why they sent an emissary who actually had some legal papers instead of one of their own, because no one wanted to spend their night at the monkey house. Translator's note. That's a slang term for a cell that houses drunks and bums. Nor did they want to be used as a scapegoat to help the militia to close some dead cases, which was, regrettably, quite a widespread practice back then. As he explained, something strange was happening there. Just 3 days ago, one of the bums walked away from the bonfire to take a piss, and just never came back. Around 30 minutes later, his friends lit some sticks and went looking for him with those improvised torches. You never know, he might have fallen asleep in a ditch or something. But despite all of their efforts, they failed to locate their friend. Although, drunk bums are not very good at nocturnal search operations, let's be honest here. Their friend didn't come back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow either. They didn't think much about it, especially because a full bottle of vodka went missing that night too, which, apparently, was a commodity valuable enough for them to justify their friend's sudden flight. He didn't take any of his stuff with him, so they were waiting for him to come back, ready to kick his ass. But on the next night, another one of them went missing, under much more frightening circumstances. Similarly, one of them walked away from the bonfire to take a leak, but as soon as he left the circle of light provided by it and entered the bushes, he let out a terrifying scream that was abruptly cut short. This prompted the other bums to action as they rushed to his rescue. But at that moment, according to the emissary, they heard some sort of quote-unquote
Attention gamers. A few weeks ago I showed this double jungle 200 IQ tech I was using to pop off in my games, where I would Q mid beat up a baby Barbie doll around for a while and then at 15 minutes buy a jungle egg and benefit from the gold XP and ultimately the evolved Pokemon buffs that made me a beast, which was dope. We were all having a good time until Tilted Tommy, who if you didn't know is Debbie Downer's 40-year-old virgin cousin, decided to say I only popped off because I was already fed. So I'm sorry to start off this video by ruining your naive impression of the world, but I need to reveal a few things to you, Tommy. Santa's not real. Daddy does want you to move out so he can bone mommy without hearing you yell at your computer, and the way League of Legends YouTubers work is we play 30 games till we get fed in a snowball-y game doing something stupid and then claim that stupid thing is broken. But because I'm petty as shit, here's some footage on a game that I certainly did not get off to a fed start using that same strategy. I was trying it out on Lilia Top, but you'd think my lane mate was a struggling taxidermist on the first day of hunting season, just dying to get up a dead deer's asshole, and luckily for her I never played this champ, plus I have a total of 9 working brain cells, so after giving up 1 kill she started to educate me on how fun it was to lane against an Aurelia. This went on for a bit where it became clear that she owned the lane and I just paid rent, but this particular landlord was violent, so full disclosure, this turned into one of those games where the YouTube videos on the other monitor get unpaused, if you know what I'm saying.
So I want to take it back to Mike, Wisconsin, where I know you played linebacker for the Homestead Highlanders. Is it true that you used to piss on yourself, Chin Crowder style? Okay. No, and yes. It wasn't a
while resorting to getting cheeky ass kills elsewhere, while the enemy Yumi was proving why people who play that champ deserve an all-expense trip to the Bermuda Triangle, and I was having to go back to facing the reality that when it comes to League I'm a dog, playing a deer, against a champ who is busted nuts broken when you feed her, and tier 2 tower wasn't any better of a wingman than tier 1 tower, so by the time I bought the egg this time I was limping and leaking blood out my butt tunnel, which means I hope you're watching this, mister. I only won cause I was fed before I bought the egg, loser, because it was time to prove you wrong.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Minions have spawned.
So I haven't really been playing that much Overwatch, and my main channel I kind of made Overwatch, but I haven't really been editing anything because I mean, I do have kind of some footage, but I really haven't been playing a lot and have no motivation to make Overwatch videos. I came across this League of Legends video, and I've already watched it actually, but it kind of like resonated with me a lot. So a lot of what he said in this video is about him, why he quit this video, and like honestly, everything in this video is like how I feel about League of Legends. I've already explained why I quit League of Legends a billion times, but like this like really like shows that. So we're gonna just do like a bit of a reaction kind of moment, which is a little different from what I do, but you know what, easy content. So this is from a guy called Scooch. His content is kind of like, at least his old stuff before he quit, it's kind of like he dives into a topic within League of Legends, like a skin topic or like certain champions or whatever, and then he kind of just like, I don't know, just talks about it into detail, like what the problem of Riot Games and whatever, you know. Anyways, he talks about why he quit League of Legends, and hopefully the people that asked me why I quit League, they can see why I quit League because of this. Anyways, let's begin. Let's see this. Again, I already watched this already, but it's, you know, more for you guys. And maybe I can add in something. Also, he's cute. I think Speech is cute.
Can we talk about this? I'm quitting League of Legends. I'm sorry if I never got around to making a video on your favorite champion, and I promised that I did everything in my power in order to
Justified Grace God.
But honestly, my heart just isn't
I forgot what
in League of
Grace
Legends
God looks
anymore.
like.
If you're someone who primarily followed me because of my League of Legends content, I do ask that you please check out my other videos, because I put in a lot more effort and I genuinely just think they're a lot better. I know me quitting League of Legends may seem like it's out of the blue, or just a spur of the moment decision. Maybe Scooch had a bad solo queue game. Maybe Riot nerfed Nasus game. Maybe LeBlanc got her 5-second silence back. And though those are all pretty good reasons, the main reason that I am quitting is kind of simple. It's because League of Legends has changed. I know when you first hear this statement, your mind may race to a time where you didn't need a bachelor's degree in science and a master's in literature in order to understand one ability, aka the glory days of League of Legends, where I could explain a champion's kit to a kindergartner. While I do understand that Riot keeps making champions more and more complicated in order to make the game deeper, there is no reason on God's green earth that Bel'Veth's ultimate should have
I actually cannot be bothered reading any champions anymore. New champions like
However, when I say that League of Legends has changed,
you can turn it
it's
out.
actually a lot deeper than that. And in order to explain it, we're going to have to make a trip back in time. Do it! When I do that, do like an effect of me like falling. Oh, it's always so bad.
Is it fine now, the volume?
When I first started playing League of Legends and ingesting League of Legends content, things were a lot different. I mean, it's kind of a foreign concept now, but would you believe me that back then, the most important League content being released was Donkey playing Kog'Maw with a Yoshi skin? I mean, sure, the game had the graphical limitations
Right,
of
Kay
Final
said this is when
Fantasy
League was
VII.
better.
No, not that one. There we go. But that didn't stop anyone. There's a reason why so many people considered this the golden age of League of Legends
season 4.
content.
Season 4 was the
We had great
best.
series like Actual Champion Spotlight and Glorious Skies.
Oh, Fiora.
We had amazing original music from people like Falcon Shield and the Yordles. We had everything from skits to cinematic highlights, and all of the content being made was about having fun and showing your love for the game, which is unfortunately not a sentiment that is mirrored today. I mean, when you think about it, when was the last time you've seen an unranked Game with Friends video break 1 million views? When was the last time you've seen an unranked Game with Friends video do well at all? Well, there's a reason for this, and that comes in the great YouTube content shift of 2016. In 2016, there was a massive shift in League of Legends content.
I knew of this shit, but I didn't know of the history. Like, there's so many like
quality gameplay edits, which at the
Zwag
time
Zerefs,
was highly favored in YouTube's algorithm. I mean it when I say that I'm a Cutie Pie and Night Blue were playing 4D chess while the rest of us were still figuring out tic-tac-toe. Pairing insane levels of high-quality challenger gameplay with a talented roster of editors, they were able to provide quality on all fronts at a rate that nobody else could compete with. And in turn, they took over the League of Legends YouTube meta at a rate that we never saw before. How successful were they, you ask? Well, that's easy. They were very, 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 very with both I'm a Cutie Pie and Night Blue averaging nearly 1 million views on almost daily League of Legends content. To give you a metric, this is actually more views than the most recent Champion Spotlight, which came out months ago. I know, it's crazy. And like all things successful, everyone else tried to copy this recipe for success and follow suit. Whether they were pro players, challenger players, streamers that just had a lot of money, or whoever else, everyone
I'm sure you guys can
to
like
catch a
see
glimpse of this lightning
the
in a
trend
pot,
of like
which
videos,
unfortunately
right?
had
Like
three
Pekka,
long-standing
Swag
effects
Sarah,
that we're seeing in
Hierarchy.
League content to this day.
It's just
Number
like,
one,
that's the
League of
only thing
Legends
that works
content
in
became
League of
cookie
Legends.
cutter
It's so boring.
1000 AP one-shot videos or obscure builds. Number two, creative League of Legends content became rapidly devalued because why would you spend your time and effort making something that would, well, take time and effort when you could simply stream, pay somebody
does
to
happen in
edit
all
your stream, and
communities, you're
theoretically
right.
have a better chance at succeeding in the YouTube algorithm. And number three, since most of this content was being made by ex-pros or just very skilled players, the majority of League of Legends content became primarily focused on high-level solo queue gameplay. Wow. I mean, why would anyone watch stream highlights from a gold player? Get out of here. 9 times out of 10, people would obviously choose to watch Challenger Kazakh's main 86 dominate at the peak of NA talent, or as I like to call it, Korean silver. As a new League of Legends content creator, it became rapidly demoralizing to try to compete with the oversaturation of content when your one masterpiece that you spent months making would be drowned out before you could even get a single like. So why try? Especially after discoverability took a massive toll because the League of Legends subreddit decided to make that subreddit esports only and ban out anything interesting. With no incentive to make something creative, the general preference shifting from games with friends to challenger solo queue gameplay, and a flat-out lack of discoverability, the great content shift of 2016 accidentally became a catalyst for League content to be not worth. But as the years passed and all of this was happening, there was a new demon forming in the midst, growing more and more powerful every single day. Oh God, what is that?
Okay. Let me hold off with that. So, with the content shift, as you know, I get so bored of the League of Legends stuff I made before. You could hear it in my voice, like, okay, hey guys, welcome back to another video. We're playing Janna with Everfrost. Everfrost Janna is like nothing greater, blah 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 blah. Welcome back to the video. We're playing some Karma. Like, you heard it. I was so dead because there are two things you can do, right? You either do insanely good plays, or you do like in terms of like the spamming videos, right? Like when we've already seen that like doing these like full fun games with friends and whatever, that shit doesn't work. Doing the daily uploads is the way to go. So if you're doing daily uploads, it's like, what can you do? Like, even if I was a one-trick Janna, there's only so much one-trick Janna videos daily that you can do. You have to do different stuff, right? So that means different builds or whatever. But like, you know, you do different Soraka builds, different Karma builds. How many can there be? In terms of enchantresses, which we watched before, because, you know, the gays and the girls care for enchantresses mostly, or mages at least, there's only so much you can do. If I go with Janna, okay, I either go AP or Enchantress. Enchantress is, you know, either Moonstone, Chevaliers, whatever. And then AP is like Everfrost, Ludens, whatever. And then, you know, Enchantress is a serious build. Enchantress is a good build. Whereas AP is the complete garbage for fun. And I always say it, AP is for fun and garbage. And you kind of have to play normal. Like, I'm not gonna play AP Ludens Echo Janna in ranked mode, which I'll get T-slurred. I'll get to kill myself if I play that. I have to play in normals, and I have to like full fun it, or bronze smurf or gold smurf, right? And I have to get a good game, right? Like 1000 AP Janna doing 10 billion damage, clickbait thumbnail. You know, it's like, I know deep down it's fucking shit. I know deep down it's garbage. But like, I have to do it for the YouTube algorithm, like just for like, wow, this is so fun. But on that side, I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy it. The only time I enjoy doing like those fun different builds is if I am genuinely interested and genuinely wondering if it works. Like, I did a lot of Misfortune builds, and I was like genuinely wondering, like, does Axiom Arc Lethality Misfortune support work? Like, genuinely. And surprisingly, it did kind of okay. It's not the best, but it did okay. But something like Luden's Echo Jana, I know that shit. I already know. I've played AP Jana 10 billion times in my life. I already know it's bad. I'm going into be like, okay, hey guys, blah blah blah, this is shit. And it's kind of sometimes annoying because sometimes the people, they like, sorry, with my content in particular, I kind of pride myself in giving educational shit, right? Like, I'm not just someone that like has personality and like good gameplay. I pride myself on giving actual content, actual educational content. Like, if I'm gonna be real honest, I think I'm probably like one of the most educational support people out there in terms of like the people that do the similar things to me, like stream support and play support and streamer vibe, right? I'm not talking about like people that are coaches and like doing VOD reviews. Like, they're obviously educational. For me, I'm playing the game and I'm talking about the game as a go, and then I'm like sometimes like I pride myself on like giving actual educational stuff. So when I do like these like Luden Echo or AP this thing that no one's that shit, like I want you to explain why it's shit and why it's bad and why blah blah blah. But a lot of times, and when I do those AP videos and all that, I don't want to make it seem like it's a good thing. Some people get mistaken, and it's sometimes annoying. Like, for example, I made a Yumi tank video, and I was playing with Kyose. Kyose was playing Leo in the bot lane, and I went Sun 5k Yumi, because like the for fun thing I wanted to do was, oh, if Yumi burns people with Sun 5k, I can stick into someone and just burn people. Obviously it was a for fun thing, and I'm pretty sure I said in it it's a for fun thing, like it's not serious at all. But then someone in the comment section was like, this isn't even fun to watch, this is so boring. Yumi is not meant to be a tank. She's someone that stays inside someone. She doesn't even take damage. Why would you ever go tank on her? Blah 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 blah. You're meant to go Moonstone. Moonstone is the better item on her. I'm like, is this bitch for real? Like, I know Moonstone is the best item on her. We all know Tank Yumi is trolling. Like, is this bitch for real? So it's like, you know, on one hand, you want to do these clickbait, different fun builds, and then on the other hand, you kind of need to do like serious stuff for people, because like, you know, there's only so much like quirky builds you can do. And then also like doing repeat content is a bit of shit. So I was kind of tired of doing League of Legends content, because like there's only so much you can do, right? There's only so many genre builds. I don't even want to give them all that. And then, you know, Scooch also said something about the landscape of like how it was a bit more wholesome back then. And it's true. Like, back then, in Season 4 and whatever, there were a lot of people that I really liked, like, you know, Lily Pichu and, you know, Sky Williams and all. By the way, if anyone wants to like say like, oh, drama this, drama that, like, not the point of what I'm saying, so don't bring it up. But there were a lot of people I really liked watching back then that were like really personality-wise and blah blah blah, and it just felt fun. It felt like, I don't know, it was not just competitive, win competitive games, how to gain LP and how to do 10 billion damage, blah blah. It's just fun people playing with friends. I really like that, you know, and I miss that. You don't have that anymore. Back then, there was a whole community of people that just played the game for fun. Remember, like, Summoner Showcase, League of Legends? Like, this was something back then. So if anyone doesn't know what Summoner Showcase was a Riot thing that they put on, HD, they put on their official channel. And it was like weekly or something. It pretty much was like a community thing. Like, you send in your artwork, you send in your cosplays or whatever, and this lady would, you know, make a Summoner Showcase. She would like show in a video about like, oh my god, look at this cool artwork, or look at this cute cosplay, or look at this music, you know? There was all this like cool shit, like music, artwork, cosplay. It just felt really wholesome and community-like and cool. But now it's just like rank mode, 1000 damage, blah blah blah. You know, it's just boring. It's just boring. But anyway, let's keep watching the video.
No secret that League of Legends has gotten a lot more toxic as the years have gone on. And whether you want to blame
Toxicity
it
is
on
a big thing.
content's
I
newfound
get teased
obsession
for it
with
all the
ranks,
time.
or action on the side of Riot, or
It was
just
so
for fun
though.
players dwindling down for those with a more competitive focus, there is not one singular cause. But unfortunately, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, I don't think there's anything that Riot can do to purify the cesspool that League of Legends has become. Oftentimes, I found myself wondering, is League of Legends actually more toxic, or am I imagining the whole thing? But then I remembered this article written by Riot Games on May 8th of 2020, when Riot talked about game-ruining behavior. This week, I figured it would be good to focus on inting/AFK, given it's been a topic of quite a lot of conversations recently. It's also something we should be talking about more, since it's an ongoing pain point for many players,
This is
verifying that
sketch.
toxicity has
I'll
become
type
a
it in the
bigger
chat.
problem. They outline the value of nipping this in the bud and
Okay,
talk
I don't know if
about
it's a
improving
K
player
or if
report
it's a
feedback
C.
while also introducing
Oh,
the
it's a
ability
K.
to mute and report people in Champion Select. You know, before the match even starts, which is only a decision Riot would make if there was an uptick in negativity. You see how hard it is for them to make a change in the client? They would not do that unless they felt forced. As much as I want to say that this fixed things and then we all held hands and skipped into the sunset shortly after, this couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, this was just the beginning. About 1.5 years later, Riot released this article again talking about toxicity. This time with their main focus on disabling all chat. The Rioter stated, while most of our focus around behavioral systems in 2021 has been on gameplay-based behaviors
Does
like
anyone here
AFKing
still
and
play League of
venting,
Legends?
we've
How
heard
do they
from you
feel like
that
the
verbal
toxicity
abuse has been
is?
a rising problem this year too. Again,
And, like, this
verifying
season
the
it's-
claim
I
that
didn't
yes,
play
the
this
game is
season.
getting
Like
more
that.
toxic 1.5 years later. We're working on a number of changes to
Air.
systematically address this at both the League and Riot levels.
How do you feel
The
about
one
the
direct
toxicity?
change you'll see soon
That
is that in
I'm
patch
saying.
11.21,
Because they did some
we're
stuff, like,
disabling all
moving.
chat in match-made queues. While all chat can be the source of fun social interactions between teams, as well as some good-hearted banter, right now, negative interactions outweigh the positives. Now, let's remove all of the words that don't matter. We're Riot, all chat, no fun right now. Way. Which is Riot telling us word for word that they think that negative interactions are starting to outweigh the positive ones.
Very toxic,
Now,
very
obviously,
ego,
League of
this
Legends
job,
players
yeah.
bit back and said that they didn't want this change to go through. So it didn't. But again, this was the much needed verification that no, you're not imagining it. League of Legends is just more toxic
They were
now
moving
than
all chat.
ever.
They
And
tried
we're
to,
not
they
even
wanted
done.
to, but they
Because
had
if that's
backlash
not
from the
enough evidence to
community,
prove
and
to you
they
that
said
League of
no.
Legends has gotten more toxic, here's one more. 10 months later, on patch 12.11 in June of 2022, Riot sneakily added this line of text. End of game chat is now opt-in. You'll only see messages from other players in the post-game lobby if you click on the chat icon or enter a chat message. Clicking on the chat icon will turn on and off player messages, meaning that they are actively doing what they can to lower the chances of players interacting with one another, which they would only do if they themselves believed that their community was becoming too toxic. Speaking personally, I've been mugged before, and the guy pointing the weapon at me was nicer to me than my solo queue teammates. It's rather unfortunate that so many players think that solo queue rank holds the same value as a full-time job. But what are the players supposed to value when there has been no effort to incentivize anything else?
Congrats on
The
that
second anyone
$50.
makes a mistake
Thank
in
you.
your game these days, you better jump into a trench to hopefully avoid the nuclear
Very
fallout from
passionate
all
about
of the mental
this.
boons.
Why wouldn't
the
he, though?
problems with toxicity aren't even based on text.
Why wouldn't he though, Nobimo? This video is about, this video is someone that quit League of Legends. And this is the same for me. I quit League of Legends. I streamed League of Legends for 3 years. I played it since season 2. I made a pretty decent income from League of Legends. I would like to enjoy it, and I would love to, like, you know, make it a thing, but I don't enjoy it. So of course I'm passionate about this, and so is this guy. Why wouldn't we? There are a lot of other people that are quite passionate enough to watch me play League of Legends and want me to play League of Legends and constantly ask like, when are you gonna come back to League of Legends, or why don't you try and play? So why wouldn't we be passionate about this?
If you want to talk smack in a video game, then whatever. That's not for me, but some people play games like that. But in League of Legends, when somebody mental booms, it literally robs you of the ability to play the game for however long you're held hostage by a refused surrender button. Sometimes this can take 30 minutes of your life, and in some very rare and really messed up cases, up to 3 hours. Yes, that happens. And since Smurf accounts these days cost as low as $4 to be ranked ready, people can spend the price of 2 McChickens and then soft it as many games as their heart desires. And I know it's bad to speak anecdotally here, but if you're wondering why there hasn't been a lot of League gameplay content on the channel, it's because I streamed solo queue for 11 hours straight, and there was only 2 games that weren't decided by griefers on either team. To make matters a little bit worse, a lot of Elos have started to develop their own biomes with different problems.
Do you feel like that? Like when you play League rank for like 10 hours or whatever, like you feel like only 10% of the games like are enjoyable and then 90% are like trash? I feel like that's the way when I'm playing League of Legends, like 10% of the time, not even 10%, probably like 5% I'm enjoying myself, and then the rest are like complete garbage and like ill.
Elo players can't play the game because queue times are too long, and they're getting target inted and griefed so frequently that they can't even play a balanced match.
Okay, speaking of my personal experience, I live in Australia. We are on OCE servers, which is Oceania. We have very like small population. Like, what is the population of US? So in Australia or League of Legends, we have like 10% of the population of NA, right? Like League of Legends population. It's a little. This is 2017, but like, you know, OCE makes up for 1.32% of the population, whereas NA makes 10%. So North America is literally 10 times bigger than our region, and I think that makes sense because like if we're talking about like Australia population, we are okay. The United States is very big, whereas Australia is very different. Right, like we're less than 10% of the United States. So obviously we're gonna have like around less than 10% of like any game, whether it be Overwatch, League of Legends, any game. Australia's gonna be like 10% less. Oh, not 10%, no, sorry. We're gonna be 1/10 of whatever US population. So I've streamed League of Legends, and for those that have stuck around in my stream, you all know I get 30 to 45 minute queue times per game. Every single game. 30 to 45 minutes. And if I'm playing like at 3 AM or whatever, it can easily go to 90 minutes. And I'm not joking. I have a friend named Incurcio, who's a Challenger Academy in Australia. Like, he's told me he gets like 2 hours of queue time at like the dead time. And honestly, this is not even an Australian thing. I remembered watching Qpic. I remembered watching Qpic's VOD because someone was telling me that like Qpic does play games, which by the way, the place support class. So I wanted to like double check and go into his VOD and see when he plays 80 bucks support. And in a like 5-hour stream or 6-hour stream, whatever, playing most games, I saw that he was in queue like 30 minutes each game or something, 20 minutes each game, and he's in America where there should be more people. So like, you know, 20-minute challenger queue time in America, like, bitch, no, too long. In Australia, if I'm playing normal, I get around 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes per game for normals, bitch, normals. Like, and not even like at like midnight or not even like super legion hours. Like even at normal hours, I'm getting 15 to 20 minutes. That's horrible, right? And then you think about like the toxicity and like the amount of bad games. If I'm only enjoying 5 minutes, so if I'm only enjoying 5% of my games, and I have to wait 45 minutes per game, and then 95% of the games, 90% of the games like are toxic or boring or shit and stomps, then what is there for me to play? Like, this is so boring and shit. I'm like, huh? So that's my personal experience with like the Q kind of model.
No Elo players are struggling to play the game because Yumi bots are actually starting to show up in ranked in order to peddle smurfs. And due to a lot of people trying to mimic challengers and min-max LP game, even in gold and silver, the most populated Elos in League of Legends, it's relatively common to experience 3 or 4 dodges before getting into a single round of solo queue, which is most likely going to be decided by a griefer anyway. I remember when I first started playing League of Legends, I had a very skilled...
Dodges. You know how it said 45 minutes per thing? Loading screens take a long ass time. Loading screens take like 5 minutes, I swear to god. They take so long. And like... You go through the loading screen how many times? Right? Like 3 times. 45 minutes of waiting, then queue time 5 minutes, someone dodges, you gotta wait again. Oh, get a game, 5 minutes of queue loading. You know, pick ban, dodge again. It's just so like, it's so long. Like, damn, it's so long. Also, I got reminded. So he mentioned like when he showed the Tyler 1 clip of snipers. I've had snipers before. I don't really pay attention to people sniping me, but there was one time I remembered I played Tom Kench with Night Harvester because I thought it was like, oh my god, my newest build. I entered, I sucked. So my bad. I played like shit, I was useless. My team slurred me, told me to T-slur, told me to kill myself, and got angry at me. The next game, one of the person on my team, he went to another account and sniped me, and when he was on my account, I played my normal Sarak account, and I didn't know what him by the way. He went top lane, and went the same Night Harvester build that I went on his Tahm Kench onto his Shen top lane. And he like, you know, sarcastically was saying like, oh my god guys, I learned this new fun build, or this new cool build from an insane streamer I watch, blah blah blah, you know, sarcastically, because I entered his game with Tahm Kench Night Harvester, so he wanted to do it back to me. We could have won, but he entered me and sniped me on purpose, which is like, okay, yeah, I entered the Tahm Kench game, my bad. But you know, like, people hold grudges, like, people are toxic, people hold grudges, like, damn, you know? So yeah, I do get it. I get, you know, toxicity, I get T-slurred, I get told to kill myself, I get sniped. That's the thing. And that's only one time that, or one of the many times that I, like, kind of noticed. Who knows, maybe there are people that are actually genuinely sniping me without me knowing. Because I know there was like also another person who would watch my stream on his stream, because like he doesn't like me at all, you know, transphobic, whatever. He would watch my stream, where, I don't know if he like sniped me, but he would watch my stream on his stream and probably like talk shit or whatever. Like, it's not great feeling, you know, it's not fun. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about, but, you know, we won't name it.
Friend who was giving me tips about how to play ranked. And back then,
No,
there
don't
wasn't
say it,
even a
yes,
role
say.
queue, so you just got whatever job you got. And that's when my very skilled friend told me,
Hey, if you ever get a role that you're not comfortable, you can just dodge.
dodging, what is that?
Dodging is when you close the game out and then wait 5 minutes so that you can get back into queue, and hopefully this time you'll get a role that you can win on.
And I looked him in the eyes and I responded,
Why would I do that? I just
Yeah,
want to play the
that's
game.
it.
and he looked at me like I just insulted his late grandfather. It seems like so many solo queue players directly mimic what they see challenger players
it's
do
not a known
because
person.
they just
That's
want
exactly
to get
why I
higher
don't want-
ranked.
it's
And
not
I can't be
known
mad at the
at
players
all.
themselves because League of Legends only directly incentivizes emphasizes ranked and nothing else. I mean, what else are you supposed to care about? The visual novel that doesn't work? Which is why so many people gravitate to only the competitive game modes. But if
Right,
toxicity is an issue, griefing is an issue, and even queuing is an issue, it begs the question, why play solo queue? And honestly, that's kind of a great question. I've been thinking about it all
play
night
solo
and
queue?
really...
This is genuinely question someone, like when someone asks me, why did you quit League of Legends? Are you gonna come back to League rank? Like, I genuinely, in my mind, I'm like, why not? Why not quit League? Why would I want to play Rank League? Why do you still play Rank League? Why do you still play League of Legends? Like, honestly. And it like makes me so like confused, because when someone is asking me why did I quit League, as if it's not obvious, I'm thinking like, have you never experienced toxicity in your life? Have you never experienced games where people and have you enjoyed every single game you play? Like, is it not obvious why people quit League? I feel like that's obvious, like, because the games are unfun with like constant like toxicity, or like people inting and being shit long queue times. Like, I feel like those are like things I don't even have to say. You should just know just from you playing the game yourself. Like, you should know. So when someone asks me why I quit League, I'm like genuinely like, have you never experienced toxicity? Like, are we playing the same game? Honestly.
There is nothing that pains me more than when a viewer leaves a comment on my videos telling me that they just started playing League of Legends because they enjoyed my content. Because every single time I see a comment like that or a viewer like that, my brain immediately wants to say, I'm sorry you missed it. Because at one point, believe it or not, League of Legends used to have content. No, I'm not talking about...
We'll get into this part, but sometimes I get people that have never played League and they're just starting out, you know, starting out into League, fun and fresh and new. And I like feel so sorry for them. Number one, they missed the best part season, which is season 4. Yes, you missed out, Spluffer. Unfortunately, you joined in season 9. But it's like, I just know League of Legends is not a good game for people to join. I would never ever recommend League of Legends to anyone. Like, honestly, I think League of Legends at its core is one of the best games. It has so much flexibility. You can play so many champions. There's so many builds you can do. The lore is quite lovely, and you know, the visuals are quite lovely. I think at its core there's, you know, a potential to be one of the best games. It's just the toxicity and all that, and being competitive. Like, unfortunately, Riot can't do anything about that. You know, toxic people are toxic. Yeah, you can't do anything about that, unfortunately. But despite, you know, the game being like so diverse with like builds and all that, and fun and mechanical, blah blah blah, like, I would never recommend League of Legends to anyone. Right? I even remembered seeing like a tweet by like a big streamer or whatever who said that like he would also never recommend League of Legends to anyone, and then there were like lots of likes and, you know, other streamers saying the same thing. So you have to think about, if all these big streamers who are making League of Legends their lives, like their career, and they're not recommending League of Legends to anyone because they know how shit League of Legends is and how toxic it is and how much of a mental strain it is to play the game, then you just know League of Legends is like not that great, really, to play. It's not an enjoyable experience.
About YouTube. I'm talking about the game itself. League of Legends used to have 4 maps, not 2. They had Summoner's Rift, they had Twisted Tree Line, they had Dominion, and they had Dominion. On top of that, League of Legends had seasonal maps. They had a Halloween map with a gravestone in the jungle, and if you walked by it, Earth's ghost would come out and swim away. However, if you walked by it as Warwick, a champion that Earth hates, Earth would come out and throw a spatula at you, which would deal 1 damage and break your banshees. There were maps for the winter season, and there were actually rotating game modes. Hell, when Earth first got released, it was a national holiday. Every single person on my friends list was online after 6 p.m. and I was
remember
getting more
when Earth
invitations than the
first came out. It
freaking
was so
Smash
popular.
Bros roster. In fact, the year after Riot initially released Earth as an April Fool's joke, they decided to do another April Fool's joke and tease Nerf mode, which stood for New Earth. Except this time, your champions were going to be heavily debuffed. Then, during the broadcast of the 2015 Earth Invitational, which is currently sitting at nearly 3 million views on YouTube, they broke the news that a QA analyst accidentally spilled an energy drink on the servers, which enabled Earth in the real game. It was honestly amazing to take part of. And this was just the beginning. They gave us altered game modes like Hexakill, One for All, and Earth, which added some variants to the game we already loved. They had massive map and gameplay changes like Ascension, Nexus Siege, Black Market Brawlers, and Poro King.
Which one is
They
your
gave us
favorite game
insane
mode?
PvE game modes like Doombots of Doom,
I remember
Invasion, and
Doombots.
Odyssey, which were all very
I didn't
fun.
play
They
Odyssey,
also
though.
tried a little bit of experimental boo-boo things out like Overcharged and Thresh's Darkstar Butt Blast. All right, that one was good. Relax. But the point is that Riot tried, and it was all a labor of love made to break up the monotony of just playing Summoner's Rift and Howling Abyss. Unfortunately though, in September of 2021, Riot released an article talking about their
The way you never got to
rotating
know
game
any of these
modes.
modes.
And to
When did you
paraphrase
start,
this as
Lyrica?
fast as possible, they said that the PvE
missed out.
game modes
You missed
will
out.
never be coming back. They said that the deeper gameplay changing game modes won't be coming back. And basically, they said that the only thing they're planning on bringing back are game modes that can take place on Summoner's Rift. And hopefully, Nexus Blitz. To bat the point home, the Star Guardian event was incredibly hyped because everyone was hoping that Riot would release another PvE game mode, and then they didn't. Instead, they just re-released the same game mode that they gave Viego during his Ruination event, except this time they took out the cool effects and get this, added the Star Guardian voice pack that they used in the Star Guardian game mode way back when. It doesn't really make sense for Star Guardians either. Ultimate Spellbook made sense for Viego because of the whole possession gimmick and using other champions' powers, but it doesn't make any sense for the Star Guardians. And if this isn't a big enough slap in the face, they even left in the buff Echoes of Ruination in the game mode. Ruination is Viego. Like, man, you couldn't change a line of text? Call it the essence of Starusi? I, being a casual player, was a little upset when I found out that the new Star Guardian game mode was going to be a low-effort clone of something they just did. So, like a well-adjusted adult, I decided to put my thoughts on Twitter. I remember seeing a dev say that they don't do PvE game modes anymore because they're only popular for a weekend and they want to use their dev resources better.
business
In
move. I get it.
2017, we
But
got
it's
multiple
sad.
game modes, a snow map, 5 new champions, and 8 reworks on top of PvE. What did we get in 2022? You want to know the answer? 136 skins.
Oh my god.
And the year isn't even done yet. I also want to point out that I completely understand devs saying that they don't want to make a PvE game mode that players are going to burn out in a single weekend. I get that. But honestly, we can't keep pretending that there's the same amount of effort being put into gameplay content for League of Legends. It's just completely not true. The reason I even brought up this tweet that I made is because I got a very interesting response from somebody that I researched myself and found was indeed an ex-Rioter. I am going to keep them anonymous though, because they did end up eventually deleting their tweets. I was originally on the Mage rotation team on League when it first got dedicated art support. Everyone in the studio higher up constantly tried to gut the team, take resources and time from us, and convert our efforts into focusing on supporting esport lead projects.
Esports.
Higher ups never wanted this team to exist
Competitive.
and instead would starve us of resources until leads would leave the studio or leave to other teams that were more promising. You have all of these neat game modes because a handful of passionate and awesome devs pushed against the grain for years to make fun new things for League players without focusing on big bucks. Then they all got forced to help make big bucks. Eventually, this team made
At least it got
TFT.
TFT.
The entire
At
time
least it
I
got
was
TFT.
there, the
Best
higher
game.
ups kept telling us we provided no value to League because only 1% of players actually played the new game modes regularly. They wanted monetization. That's what you get in 2022. Teamfight tactics, give them money. Here's the point where I have to sympathize with a lot of League of Legends Legends devs. And I want to take a second and say that almost all rioters I've met have been fantastic, awesome, and very, very, very passionate people. Unfortunately though, the nature of the beast is that profit is always going to trump passion, which is why instead of devoting resources to giving us something fun and new to experience in League of Legends, we got a visual novel with little to no voice acting, no new game mode, and a Star Guardian bundle that cost 11,996 RP, not including the Star Guardian Pass, which cost another 2,650 RP. Combined, that costs $115. And while writing this video, the news came out that though they're doing the Spirit Blossom skins again, and giving a bunch of fan favorite champions Spirit Blossom skins, instead of bringing back the Spirit Blossom map, aka Nexus Blitz, we're just getting URF again. I've tried everything in my power to side with the current direction of League of Legends. I've cheered for new champions, I hyped up skin lines, and I've actually rooted for a lot of the directions that the Balance team has tried to make. But honestly, how long am I going to sit here and gaslight myself into believing that this is the game I fell in love with, when in reality, League of Legends has changed. Sure, the game is going to continue and thrive and grow for years and years. And honestly, some of the newer changes they've been adding are pretty amazing. But at the end of the day, the League of Legends that I knew
would still be like processing, like, who am I in relationship to this? Maybe like my ego's taking a giant hit, and now I have to like really experience what it's like to have my ego take a giant hit, and like there's a lot of meaning in that.
Oh, sure.
But I'm
yeah.
not sure exactly like how we're framing it.
Yeah, I think it's challenging. I guess this is the one belief I had that changed after my mushroom trip. So technically, this was a pretty big change for me. But I used to think that knowledge for the sake of knowledge was good in and of itself. But after that trip, I was like, okay, I think that knowledge is more an instrument that we use to make ourselves happier, and that there's some knowledge that's probably worthless, and there's some knowledge that's like really important, and there's some knowledge that might actually be bad, just depending on. So yeah.
Oh, you cut out for me for that very last part.
Some knowledge might be good, some knowledge might be worthless, neutral, some knowledge might actually be bad. But knowledge is not like, that's not the thing that you look at to say if it's good or bad, it's the action past the knowledge, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe there are forms of like incomplete, I'm just thinking out loud now. Maybe there are forms of incomplete knowledge that are actually bad. Do you remember the WikiLeaks leaks in the United States? Do you follow politics at all?
And not very much, but I remember that happened.
Here's an argument that I make a lot that people get really upset at, and they intuitively want to fight against me, but I think I'm right 100%. I think that it's better to have no transparency than only transparency on one side, because it actually leads you into a false sense of security about the other side. So when information was being leaked by WikiLeaks exclusively about the Democratic Party, people were like, oh, no, well, it's good. At least we're getting transparency. And it's like, you're not getting transparency. You're being sold a lie that this is one side that is doing a particular thing, but the other side might as well, but you don't have transparency there. It'd be better if you knew nothing than if you knew this little thing at all, right? That would be like, that's an argument that I've made there, but.
This reminds me of the argument that like the ideal state of the world is no guns, and the second ideal state of the world is everybody has guns, and the third ideal state of the world is some people have guns. Like there are some states where like symmetry is more valuable than asymmetry.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have a preference for a question category, or should I draw at random?
Go ahead and draw at random.
Yeah. What's the most intense emotional pain you've ever experienced?
Intense emotional pain. It's probably gonna be some cringy shit with like, it's gotta be like a girl, like relationship pain. Like getting like mind fucked or obsessed with somebody and then it like doesn't work out, I'd imagine. It's probably like the most intense shit. I have like an 11-year-old son. If he died, that would probably be pretty bad. My wife died, that'd probably be pretty bad too. If I lost like a limb or like my eyes or something, that would be pretty bad. But none of that's happened to me yet, so. Best friend committed suicide, I guess, when I was like 20. That's kind of dark. That was kind of bad. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably something there. I'm like a big, like, I kind of just always kind of keep moving forward. So usually for me, like any bad emotional state that I have, generally if I just like keep pushing forward, no matter how bad it is, in like a week, I'll usually be okay again. That's just how I work generally.
You tend to be like pretty resilient?
I think I have really high resiliency, yeah, for whatever reason. I think you luck into it, I think at an early age, but yeah.
Yeah, I think I have the same. I think I recover very fast from very bad situations. But again, I think it's probably genetic.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that, but some combination of genetic and really early social factors, I think, probably.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Probably one of mine was like, well, there've definitely been pretty intense experiences on psychedelics. Also, I feel like maybe you're not asking me because you're trying to be polite, so I am volunteering responses, anticipating that. But
well, initially you said I don't like to answer the questions, so I stopped asking you to answer the questions. But if you want to, go for it. Knock us about. Yeah.
No, I don't. I think I misspoke when I said that. I don't think like a more accurate thing would be like I don't like in most social situations I don't like answering them.
Okay, gotcha.
Or does not bring me great joy, but this is fine.
Okay.
No, when I was a teenager, my parents told me I couldn't talk to my friends ever again, and that was sucked. Everything is like really intense when you're a teenager.
Yeah.
And I had to voluntarily be like, I can't talk to you. And it was like, it was terrible.
I think that's something that I have to remind my audience sometimes when we're going over like allegations or like weird stupid shit from like 18, 19, 20-year-olds. Like it sounds like an insult when I say like this is probably the most important thing that's ever happened in your life, but it's true. When you're an 18, 19, 20, basically every single thing that's happening is the most important thing that's ever happened in your life. Whether it's a relationship thing, ending or starting, getting into college, moving away, like all of it is like, because what the fuck has happened in your life up to that point? Like for most people, basically nothing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice compassion, I think. It's very easy to lose compassion for the young.
Mm-hmm.
I remember thinking that when I was a kid. I remember being a kid and adults would treat me so badly. And I'm like, how could they treat me so badly? Because they used to be kids. Like they must have completely forgotten what it was like to be a child. Because if they remembered what it was like, they would never treat me like this.
Yeah,
And so I was terrified that I
that
was going to forget when I grew up.
Yeah, that's something I've always wondered about. Like I said, my son is 11, but I still know what it's like to be a kid. I don't know if like there's something, because I always worry that like, oh, maybe when I turn 30 years old, I'm gonna become a fucking moron. And like when my 16-year-old son says he's gonna go hang out with his 16-year-old girlfriend at their parents overnight and they're not gonna do anything, I'm gonna be like a fucking moron. I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm sure they're just like hanging out and watching YouTube videos, right? But it's like, yeah, I don't know what it does or what happens where like parents like totally fucking forget every single aspect of being a child. I've never understood that. I don't know how that happens. If it's some self delusion or what. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe when they were kids, they didn't have the feeling of feeling like they were mistreated in any kind of way, or like misunderstood.
I honestly have no idea. I don't know. I can't explain it. It just seems so stupid to me. Like so self evidently stupid to me.
What viewpoint is the most difficult for you to empathize with?
People that are really emotional. People that get like jealous or possessive. What is that? Am I not allowed to answer that way?
It's just a, it feels like a very like characteristic answer or something.
Well, I mean, I would
I
hope
was
so.
amused by it.
If everything was uncharacteristic, I'd be a pretty unstable person. But yeah, no, that's definitely an issue. Usually people are having problems. It's like, I just want to say like, okay, well, you got to do this and this, and like, let's go. Yeah, but I mean, people need time to process. People need time to think about things. Like, I just have to remind myself of that a lot. Yeah.
Cool. I think my answer is probably something like decouplers, low decouplers.
Or people that you have hard time.
With that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. It's very difficult for me to understand what is going on in their minds.
Mm-hmm. Someone in my chat said, Destiny, have you asked... Wait, how the fuck do you say your name?
Ayla?
Ayla. Okay. Have you asked Ayla yet why she decided... Wait, is that your real name or is that like an online name?
It's functionally my real name. Well, like only my parents call me by my original name.
Okay, so it's not the name on your driver's license.
It is not.
Okay. Have you asked Ayla yet why she decided to stop talking to Mr. Girl? You guys had like a pretty intense conversation, I think. Did you guys have a falling out after that?
Yeah, well...
Also, you don't
like,
have to talk about your relationships with other people if you don't want to, like, I'm not trying to mine you for fucking quotes or drama or anything, too, so.
Thanks for the consideration. No, it's fine. I don't, like, I wish him the best and stuff, but, like, there's a way that sometimes people operate, and when I, like, recognize this pattern in them, like, I have a safety cutoff mechanism where I'm like, it is not going to be good for me or them if we continue to interact. And he just like after our conversation, I was like, yeah, it was like a fine combo or something. I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've tweeted at one point because he tweeted a limited section of the email exchange. I was like, you fuck tweet all of it.
Okay.
Anyway, because I was nice. But then he just like responded like sort of interpreting something that I was doing negatively where I didn't mean it negatively.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized that there was like probably nothing that I could do that he would not interpret negatively. And then I was like, this is like a black hole of communication. Like there's no possible thing I can do that can communicate. So I decided to stop talking to him.
Gotcha. Did what you just said, that you have a safety mechanism to cut people off, is that something you developed because of really bad experiences in the past, or is that something you've like always naturally had?
I think it's mostly because of my dad. Like he's really abusive. You love him so much. He's like your parent, and you like try so hard, and then eventually like, there's like a really painful realization that like there's nothing that you can do that will ever get through to them. And so you're like, ah. And I think like people have this sort of deeply set concept that if you only like say the right combination of words, or if you are understanding or giving enough, that like you'll finally be able, like one day they're gonna wake up and like see you. I had that belief, and then like one day I like let go of that belief, and I saw this is where I learned it. I carry it around with me.
Do you? Here's a belief I have that's really controversial, and honestly, I don't know if it's backed by that much research. This is one of my few like emotional, intuitive positions that might not be true. I feel like by the time you're like 15, 16, like the majority of your like 80% of your personality is pretty in place, and then by the time you're like 20 to 25, like that's basically who you are. You could make major adjustments, but it's a very rare thing to happen. So by the time I've got somebody who's like in their 20s, if they have like certain personality characteristics, I would advise people, and I personally say they're not going to change. You just don't rely on it unless something catastrophic happens in their life to make them change.
Yeah. I think that's probably wise. It's so easy to not realize that. It's so easy to get sucked in. Like even if you like believe that consciously, it's so easy to be like, but so close. Like there's like a moment, a flash, which is I think is why I think Mr. Girl triggered this pretty hard for me. Because like in the conversation, he was not playing by normal social rules, which I really enjoy like fucking with social norms. And there were like a lot of bids for like what seemed like potential connection, and so I really quickly let down my guard.
Yeah, I was gonna say the way that you like talk about like kind of like meta conversations and stuff around that seems very much like he would do that too. That's one of the reasons why I like talking to him too. It's because like it's just so much fun to yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like stepping out of the pool with somebody, and it's like, holy shit, like let's actually like take a look at what's going on here, and you can have another person, a conversation with a person that can like look at stuff in a very pulled back. It's almost like social ego death, right? Like when you've had enough of a psychedelic and you start to dissolve away these like fundamental connecting parts of your consciousness, it's really interesting to see like what the fuck is left, like, and what are you looking at that point? And yeah, when you meet somebody like Max, somebody like that, where you can step back and it's like, let's have a conversation about like, why is it wrong to fuck 6-year-olds? And like, would it be if like they were really like, you could just have like the wildest fucking conversations with like no judgment and just like very like candid, very frank, very like brute force, like algorithmic analysis of like interactions without all of the like, well, if I don't say this thing, like you might think I'm creepy or weird or whatever. Yeah, it's super fun to be able to find somebody that can engage in that manner. But most of those people are fucking insane, so yeah. It is what it is, yeah.
Have you tried circling?
That sounds like a...
Do you know what circling is?
No, it sounded like sounding, but no, what is circling?
You might fucking love it.
Okay.
It's like a practice for that specifically. And it's kind of like hippie-ish, but I appreciate it because they don't pull punches. But good circling is like people sit around in a group and then they talk meta about what's happening right now in like a quite honest way. And I found it to be extremely useful. But the thing that you described, it sounded like you were describing circling.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of it.
Yeah. But yeah, Mr. Girl does that very well, which was very enjoyable.
What happened in the email exchange?
I could pull it up. I don't really remember. I don't want to sound like I'm misrepresenting it just because of my bad memory. So take it with a grain of salt. But I think it was something like, I said, I think he asked, how did it go for you? And I was like, oh, it was like, you know, it was like fine. I think I said like something kind of neutral and polite, like how was it for you? And then he said something that felt a little accusatory to me.
Okay.
About like me, like like I was eating during the thing and he interpreted this as me disrespecting him or something. And so he just said something more about how like some like analyzation of how my incentives are actually because of some like twisted thing about myself.
Oh fuck, he
and
did.
I was like, okay.
The one thing that I kept trying to like fucking break him out of was he's a really bad mind reader, and he thinks he's way better at it than he actually is, and all of his conversations usually get stuck on him like telling a person how they feel about something and being unwilling to budge regardless. Oh, like not updating, I guess. Regardless of what happens, like usually most of his conversations will die at that point where he's basically divined another person's intentions or thoughts and he's unwilling to like move off of that ever. And then like, yeah, usually there's like breakdowns from that point, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
yeah, so I think that was like a good analysis. It sounded like that was what was happening.
Interesting. Okay.
And I just have difficulty with that. I'm like, I really want somebody to actually be curious about what's going on for me and then like kind of change their mind if I'm like, oh, I'm not sure that's right. I don't mean you have to like take me at face value, but there's something like I don't know. I'm like, I respect me a little more. Like, I'm not like an idiot when it comes to introspection.
Yeah.
Like, maybe the first theory is not always the right one. So, but this is why he made me cry, as I'm sure you heard, because people like to talk about that.
Yeah.
Is because like I think there was like a moment in the conversation where I just felt like a deep realization that there was like no possible way that I was going to feel a connection with him, and that just felt so sad to me. I felt like suddenly like a sense of connectedness with him.
Interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, I need to go soon. You want to do one more question?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Is this the longest we've talked so far? We set a record? We're doing good. Okay, maybe I'll do a controversial one. You seem to like those. But you've already... Well, this feels like your wheelhouse.
Yeah, whatever it is, I've probably already discussed it in great detail. It was probably a 45-minute video on my channel, but...
If a sex worker consents to sex with a customer under expectation of payment, but then the customer refuses to pay, is it a rape or theft?
My intuition tells me theft. No, it doesn't. No, hold on, I'm sorry. I thought theft, but then I thought back. I lean towards theft because if you go to have sex with somebody and then you find out that things were a little bit different, could you retroactively withdraw consent like that? And I'm thinking, well, no, of course not. If you wanted to have sex with them, you said you did, and then they end up like not paying you. You can't like change your mind afterwards and make it rape. But you could actually, like, let's say you were having sex with somebody, you thought they had a condom on, and they took it off, and you didn't know that. Well, no, that is no. Or they lied about like having HIV, or some STD. I don't think I'm able to answer the question in all answer because I haven't figured out a lot of that. Because there's an open mystery part that I haven't personally explored yet, which is how many things could you lie about before it becomes rape? Like if I lied about, let's say I lied about having a vasectomy and I have sex with somebody and I bust inside of them, right? Is that rape? I mean, is that meaningfully different than not having the condom? Like let's say that I'm clean 100%, but I could still get them pregnant. What if you lie about things like your job, like the amount of income you have? Like would you really say it's rape if somebody lied about being a lawyer, but they're like a first-year law student? Probably not. So like the truth is somewhere in between. Yeah, I really don't know what the answer to that is. Sorry, so I don't have that figured out. So I like to reason everything from kind of like first principles, like fundamentals. So I don't have that figured out, and then I come over to like you rip off a prostitute. Was it rape? I really feel like I'm sitting on the fence. Like I could be pushed over. Like I'm 50-50 almost exactly. Like any argument can push me from one side to another. Because if you don't pay her, then you essentially fucked her. Like the consensual interaction is you're doing something in exchange for money. You don't pay them. You're basically stealing sex from them. Can you really steal the service of somebody? Could you steal a massage from somebody? Is it stealing from somebody if they give you a massage and then you don't pay them? I don't know if you say it's stealing, but it's certainly not rape. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about it more. I feel like the answer that I would probably end up with is that the question is actually not difficult, but there are artificial restraints on the answer to the question because of the language we use. That both rape and theft are inadequate to describe what's actually happening, but because I'm constrained to thinking of the words rape and theft, since neither of them fully encompass what's happening in interaction, I can't meaningfully answer the question without inventing a third term. I think that's like the autistic answer I would give. Yeah. What do you think?
I'm a little surprised at how pleased I am with your answer.
Oh, okay. Where are you?
As you were talking, like thinking about like the rape versus theft thing, I was gonna like the thing I had preloaded up to say was like I think like the constraints of the question are bad.
Sure.
But then you just went and said it.
Yeah. What, do you have any insight as a former sex worker?
No, I mean, did you see my rape survey?
Your thing cut off a little bit. Did I see your what?
Did you see my rape spectrum survey?
I feel like I have, dude. I've seen almost everything you've done on Twitter has gotten posted on my subreddit at some point in time. So yes, I have.
You don't have to look at it now if you want to.
Oh yeah, I've seen it before. I don't remember it all, but
yeah. Just trying to measure that, right? Because like rape is like refers to like sort of a cluster of concepts as like small things. like informed consent. And in that, I did like a brief factor analysis, which I don't understand how to do, so don't trust me. But it seemed to like imply that there were a couple like spectrums on which people consider things rape or not. And so, for example, like how much somebody's informed about the conditions versus like how much there is force involved, like a couple different things. So it sounds like you're probably trying to figure out like which spectrums are you like using to determine which is rape. I don't think there's like a correct answer, right? It's just like a semantic thing and like a conceptual cluster thing.
Yeah, we have a really hard time with the. I think we have a hard time with conceptual clusters because of that thing I mentioned earlier, where the normative assertion, the moral assertion, is the same for the entire thing. Like. So one thing I say statistically for human beings is intuitively we have 3 statistics in our brain. We have 3 probabilities. We have 0, 50%, and 100%, and nothing else, right? People don't understand. Like 95% is 100%. 1 out of 20 is a big shot to miss something, especially in court, right? But 95% is 100%. 20% is like it never happens ever. I remember, this is so unrelated, in Texas they had a really huge power grid failure, and they said that a few years ago because of the way that they do their energy grid system. And I remember, I think it was the governor said something like, this was a super black swan event, like this should happen like less than like 1 out of 10 times. And I just remember hearing that number and I was like, you're absolutely fucking insane. 1 out of 10? I think like the average failure is like 1 out of like 300,000. Like how what is 1 out of 10? But yeah, so like when we think conceptually like rape, there is no such like the sentence sounds ridiculous to even say this rape is worse than this kind of rape. Like our brains can't even compute that because rape has a certain moral condemnation. It's got like a normative value that's loaded into it, and that's it. So it feels weird to say like, like I would say that it's probably rape if you don't like explicitly get consent from somebody and you kind of get them too drunk and you know they got like a boyfriend but you get them in a hotel room and they enthusiastically consent but they're kind of passive. That's pretty rapey. But like, is that as bad as like like pulling someone over in an alleyway and like probably not. But it feels so weird to say that like this rape isn't as bad. Like this is a better kind of rape than this rape, or this rape is worse than this rape. Like even comparing them, I think would set most people's alarms off. And they would instantly like decoupling things out. They would just kind of evaluate.
Yeah, they're trying to protect against like some rapes being like downplayed or something.
Sure.
Things on like some of the things on the rape spectrum like happened to me. I wanted to know like how much do people consider like this stealth thing before, but it doesn't feel like rape. I don't feel like I was raped.
Yeah, that's another thing.
I was deeply annoyed.
Do the personal feelings of the person play into it though? Like that's a whole other question, right? Because there's like a lot of adverse sexual interactions. There are things that I've had. I remember like back in my early 20s before I had figured out like how women take pictures and shit. Like I got catfished super hard by a girl. She came rolling into that hotel lobby and I was like, oh my fucking god. And I think in some circumstances, would it consider this rape? Probably not. But it's like, she drove here. I gotta go through with it. And it's like, it was what it was. I'm not like traumatized. I don't feel bad about it. But I can see like some people will talk about these events like they're traumatizing. Or there are certain things that like, especially messing around with guys. Guys are really aggressive. But like, I have no problem in a sexual interaction when I'm like, hey, like stop, or I'm like fucking leaving, or like get the fuck off, I'm not doing this. Like I have no problem with that. But I know that them trying that on another person, be like, this is rape, and the person frees up and does everything. So it's kind of hard to evaluate the actions of people sometimes because the subject that's being acted upon could have very different interpretations of things that happen. Right? Or not interpretations, I'm sorry, but like subjective feelings. Like I know women that have been like full on like sexually assaulted or raped, and they're like, yeah, that kind of sucked and it was shitty, but like, I'll never do that again. And then I know other people who've just been like sexually assaulted who like are skittish around like men for like years afterwards.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot more I could say about this, but I do need to go.
Yeah. Any final thoughts or?
But this was really nice.
Yeah.
It was nice. I was pleasantly surprised by your thinking ability on 2 separate occasions.
Wow, which 2? Do I get to? Yeah, I need to see my marks at the end.
I said one of them, and then the other, I think you were like in the middle of saying more things, so I didn't have a chance to say it.
Oh, what was the other thing? I'm curious. I got like a whole council of people that put together like really smart answers for me, so I can like tell them to do more research in that direction next time. So,
I don't remember. I think it was something like I think usually I'm used to people making certain mistakes in thinking, and I think a couple times you didn't make the mistake that I was like ready for you to make. Really? Like that last one, where it's like I think the mistake was in the question, and you like talked about the question, and you said, "Well, I think the terms are ill-formed."
Oh,
I think you did like another one or two. So I don't remember what it was though. I'm sorry. I'll try and write it down next time.
Yeah. Have fun. Thanks for chatting. Anytime. Be careful. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you later.
Okay, hold on. I'm just running around to say I haven't done anything. Do you think oh shit, this counts as inside of a spaceship right here? React time? No, it's sleep time for me. I think... Where's Proteus? This is my, this is like my processing center for like exotic materials. I have like 2 of these like aeroframe scaffolding things. I've got like 2 of these. Is this like enough, do you think, to get me through to the end of the game? Or, you can use spaceship tiles to build space-only buildings on novice. Oh, Proteus, are you able to put production modules in them? Productivity modules? You're gonna need way more. Oh, there's not a way. Oh, I'm gonna need way more. Oh, so this isn't good enough. Do I need to build like a dedicated? Because I thought about like moving over here and building like 8 of each of these to like. Well, if that's the case, if that's the case, then do I need to expand like my mining operations then on? Why is there so much extra fuel on this? My spaceship's still glitched. How is this? I don't understand how this is here. I'd leave mining alone for now if you're naturally tight. It will take you long enough to build your first ships and automate them. That other means to back up. Oh, I guess my question is like, cause like this is like my. This is all my production on this planet. Should I be like, because I could like 4x all of my exotic materials. I don't know if we should do that or not. You don't think I should? You don't care? I was about the size of my Holmium production, except I had better modules in the So like if I look at like my, this is my well, so like this is my keto bar, that is my original production. I have like probably 12 of these working at one time. Do you think that this is like good enough? I can probably I'll stick better modules in here. I can do that at least. But like, do you think this, assuming I could get like most of these running at once, do you think this is like good for end game? Will this get me through to it, or? I never had enough iridium no matter how much I made. Can you put up an easy 900 after that convo? Oh, that one girl got fucking banned. Get fucked, bitch. Some girl fucking DM me and she's like, kill yourself. I hope you kill yourself, you incel rape apologist fuck. Oh, but they can take actions to unlock their account. Oh, fuck them. She didn't get power banned. Fuck her. Put the fuck in her account. Fuck them. Okay, sorry. Okay, so then tomorrow, what did she say that regarding? Probably one of my rape videos or something. Tomorrow I'm gonna build spaceships. Because I think when I'm mining this, it shouldn't be that bad mining that material, right? I scanned the fuck out of this asteroid belt. Wait, what is that? Oh, that's my... We're only doing 3 hours tomorrow? I scanned the fuck out of this asteroid belt. If I have like fucking 4, 7 million, whatever the fuck to mine out here, do you think it'll be okay? Also, solar power doesn't work when you're not near a star? Can I transfer it? Can I use my energy glaives, my energy beams to transfer? Energy beam into a steam setup is the way to go. Okay, that's probably what I'll end up doing.
Has destroyed a turret.
Energy beam into steam means I've got to bring liquid ice or whatever, or water, ice, solid ice. I think that's okay. This is the last material I need to mine as well, right? Okay. So, and this I can only do with spaceships. You never use cargo rockets for this, it's always spaceships. Do you process the material over there, or do you just bring it back to your planet and process it on Navis? You literally can't use cargo rockets. You need more than... Okay, gotcha. Can you give us a comment on that? I can't really comment on anything without specifics. I directly employ close to 20 people. Well, I don't know if I believe that. Does she really have 20 people? And indirectly employed 9 others? Does she have like full-time wages? Or just like 20 people in general? Because when she says directly employ, I don't know what that means. It would be selfish and irresponsible to do a 180 at a moment's notice. I have 60 days notice my loot content stat. I don't know what that means. She gonna knock herself out. Is it good or bad?
There's kids being taught by drag queens at school. Like,
I don't believe that you care about that. Because if it was, what was the uproar against all of this fucking pageant shows before the trans bathrooms became a thing? Because of that issue, I will never believe it.
Oh, it's got like 1 million views. Nice.
When they tell me they care about trans kids being groomed, I just don't believe it. I think it's a niche issue because Republicans have no economic platform. Republicans have no fucking goals for the country. All they can do is obstruct Democrats. They have no idea about what they want to do.
My hair's so blue. Oh, true. It's got 1 million likes, not 1 million views. Damn. Oh, 400. Okay. So tomorrow we build spaceships. Wait, Proteus, did you say, am I bringing that? Can I build my own spaceships, or am I gonna need to like look up? Am I gonna need to like look up builds? Do you think I'd be able to figure this out on my own, or? Build your own, it's more fun. Loser. Okay. Basic principles are easy, just tough to operate. Oh shit, it's autism time. Does anybody remember Minecraft? Time for my beautiful square spaceships. Oh, it does. Oh, also, what level of stress do you think I needed to be up to? I've researched up to 15. No. I've researched up to structural integrity 5. Oh, like you think I've got, so my research here is pretty good for now? Okay. target speed. I don't know what this means at all. Destination. Time travel 41 hours? Is that like Factorio hours, or is that like real life hours? No real hours. Huh. These things count as an enclosure? Let's check. Oh, it does. Unstable. Disconnect. I wonder what makes it stable. Once you put in your zone and get up to speed, it will calculate the answer between. It's probably a 10-minute trip at moderate speeds. Oh, that's not bad. If I just built like random fucking like floors out in space, would it matter? Unstable. Some sections will disconnect. Oh wait, it showed me. Holy shit, I just saw it in there. I need to go land there so I can clear out some of this shit because my autosaving is taking fucking forever. Oh, I see. It's like these parts. Walls need to go south too, not just the floor. Okay, never mind. I do believe it. Have you made black solar panels? Wait, does this have to be inside of a wall too? There's no way. Now it's farther south. I don't know where it needs to go. Hold on, we'll figure it out. Unenclosed engines are bad. Cool. Oh, that works. You need to remove the walls between the two engines to maximize thrust. Is Jader just making... He doesn't... Fuck. Okay. Okay, I'll leave you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. What is this? Sushi. Why am I watching this? Why? Okay. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow. Rip on.
Riot have just revealed a bunch of changes that are coming next patch. Let's get into it. Also, thank you to Matty Love Gaming for sending me this. His channel will be in the description. Riot Frox tweeted out, "Yesterday was tough for everyone. The community, the team. On Summoner's Rift, our commitment to improving the game hasn't changed and will continue addressing player concerns in as timely a manner as possible. Striking balance of sharing early but not over-promising is tough, but gonna try it here. For 13.2, we've been looking at Grievous Wounds changes, more specifically adding 40% on small components, small scope ADC satisfaction changes, wider haste and sustain, multiple tenacity sources stacking properly, small Chemtech soul plus a base buff, and normal balance changes on top of that. Super nice to see that Riot are focused on trying to tone down healing in the current meta because it's just kind of annoying to be honest. I'm also interested to see what the ADC changes are going to be specifically, but let me know what you think in the comments below, and to see Riot's response to abandoning League, click the video on your screen.
Today is Wednesday, the 11th of January. This is a recap for the stock market activities today. Folks, I got a good one for you tonight. Let's start by this. You're enjoying the meme stock mania? We're back, baby. The apes, the donkeys, the morons, we're all back. The bull market is back in charge. Or is it? More on that in a minute, but let's start by this. While the stock market is rallying based on technicals, New Year's optimism, the Fed is bluffing, Jupiter is aligning with Uranus, it doesn't matter what reason it is. The question becomes, what are the fundamentals in the economy? And hint, not good. For example, the World Bank today announced that they're making a big cut to its 2023 growth outlook, saying the globe is perilously close to a recession. And I say maybe the World Bank needs a new eye exam because we are, at least in certain places, already in a recession. We are just getting started here, baby. Take, for example, that tsunami of layoffs, and today we got more bad news. Flexport is laying off 20% of its global workforce. And again, we're just getting started here, baby. And look, folks, in this program, it is educational. I try to cover the stock market, the economy, but I also make a lot of things because it is a stressful job to be a day trader. I know when you lose a trade, it is stressful, and you come to this program, you want to laugh a little bit. You want to make a lot of things. But make no mistake, I understand the suffering that some of you are going through. It breaks my heart. Read some of the comments and hear that some of you are actually losing your jobs as we speak right now. I've been there before. It is a dark place to be, but all I can say is my heart goes out to you. You have to be realistic here. You must be prepared for the worst outcome because things are getting worse as we speak. And for those who have a job right now, please don't assume that it's going to be in the back. Assume, just to be on the safe side, that you're going to lose your job. Have you paid your credit card? Have you gotten rid of financial obligations you cannot really afford, such as the stupid BMW that you're leasing and you're paying $800 a month? You really need that? Are you splurging and buying shit you don't need? You got to start preparing right now. You never know when the moment is going to arrive when you hear these words. Sorry, you lost your job. The worst thing is nobody's going to come to you and say that. You're going to get it via email, via text, via Zoom call if you're lucky. It is absolutely tragic. And again, I've been there before, but I cannot imagine the suffering that some of you folks are going through right now, losing your jobs. It is not fun, but unfortunately, this is the Ponzi scheme economy that we're in. They printed a tsunami of liquidity to prop up equities and real estate valuations, and the owner class, the CEOs, the oligarchs, and the likes, amidst the mania at the top of the market, they got rid of their portfolio. They sold, they cashed out, they dumped their stocks, they dumped their real estate portfolio, they dumped at the top. And who pays the price to fix this inflation? The answer is, unfortunately, once again, the average Joe and Jane. And then what happens? When people lose their jobs, assets valuations get crushed. Those same people who cashed out at the top, they scoop them up at a cheaper price, and they centralize their power and their grip on the economy even further. Until, of course, the revolution happens and everything falls apart. But until then, this is the economy that we got. And now the most important and immediate piece of macro data that we're waiting for is the CPI inflation, which is coming out in the morning. And the assumption right now in Wall Street and the market is that inflation is going to go down, and higher we go in the stock market. The rally goes on, the party goes on. And who cares about the Fed? They can scream and bark all they want. We're going to fight the Fed. Oh, we're going to win. Until reality hits, of course. And JP Morgan now expects that stocks will plunge 3% in a single day if December CPIs come out hotter than expectations. So the question becomes, is it going to be hotter or cooler than expectations? Well, if I knew, I wouldn't be here. I would be hiding in a bunker, being busy becoming the richest man in the world. But all that I can do right now is look at the data and the leading indicators and come up with a conclusion. So let's do that. Here it is. In focus tonight. Inflation shock. 1 in 4 Americans unable to pay their utility bills. The strong consumer, you say. The booming economy, you say. Inflation is 9%. Is it? You see, in a typical CPI report, we get different categories: food to energy, utilities, vehicles, medical care services, etc. So let's look at some of these categories and see what the leading indicators say. To begin with, the only leading indicator we got is the Adobe digital price index. Traders online prices. It's already out, and it says in December, year over year, inflation went down 1.6%. Now notice the trend. It was supposed to go down further. We're reading November. It actually perked up higher. I see this as a warning signal. When we look at the different categories in the DPI, the digital price index by Adobe, more categories went higher month over month, and they went down. Now the overall reading went down because flour prices did count by 8%. I'm not talking about flour prices as the flour that you eat. We're talking about actual flowers that you give to somebody who's perhaps dear to you, such as your wife, your mother, or your mistress. Yet when we look at electronics, personal care products, office supplies, jewelry, books, furniture, you guys watching furniture prices? Absolutely same. All went higher in price month over month, along with the most important groceries, drugs, tools, appliances, computers, sporting goods. Went down in price, toys, the important, especially with the adults who buy toys down. Well, stupid. But anyways, home garden down, pet products down. Maybe your dogs and your cats are happy for now. Then we got medical equipment, that's manipulated, of course. That's why it's down, and apparel down about a little over 1.5%. So you tell me, looking at this leading indicator, you think the CPI will be up month over month or down month over month? Maybe because of flour prices, CPI is going to go down. Wow, inflation's dissipating. Look at the most important categories, all going higher in price. I don't see this as a good leading indicator, but look at each category one by one. We have some good news, we have some bad news. Let's look at the good news first. We know that one of the most stubborn parts of inflation is food inflation. Go to the grocery store, it is absolutely shocking, the prices that we're paying right now. Yet perhaps a good leading indicator, Connect CEO says food inflation is starting to moderate. And when we look at the DPI by Adobe, grocery prices, we can see that it is indeed moderating. But make no mistake, food inflation remains way, way too high. And if it continues to stick here, it will be absolutely damaging to the economy because the consumer has to spend more. When they spend more at the grocery store, all of that extra disposable income is not going out to stimulate the economy. They're not going out to dine at restaurants. They're not going out to bars. They're not buying goods. They're not spending on services because they have to spend more at the grocery store. That causes stagnation in the economy and eventually leads to a recession. Another piece of good news, not the recession. We talked about food inflation moderating. That is the key word, moderating. We also have used cars prices that is going down big. Matter of fact, according to the Manheim Index, last month's used cars prices went down like most in history. Now here's the problem. All in all, prices remain elevated. Again, is this really a good piece of data or not? Used cars prices are not going down because all of a sudden we have supply coming. Used cars prices are not going down because new car prices are going down and the consumer is buying new versus used. Used cars prices are going down because the consumer can no longer afford to pay these prices. The consumer is getting annihilated. I'll show you that. I'll show you the evidence in a minute. But so when we look at these pieces of data, forget the CPI tomorrow. It comes out down. And you see a jubilee in the stock market. Make no mistake. Why is inflation going down in these major categories? Used cars, appliances, big ticket purchases. The answer is because we have a recession in the economy. The consumer no longer has disposable income to spend. Anyways, another good piece of data is gasoline prices at the pump. EIA, the average in November was $3.68 per gallon. In December, went down to $3.2 per pump. So maybe if you live in Texas, but in California, the most populous state in the country, yeah, you're not gonna see 3.2. But anyways, that's the good news. Now let's talk about the bad news. And the majority of the bad news comes once again from California. This is absolutely shocking, ladies and gentlemen. The headline from the LA Times: why natural gas prices and bills are soaring in Southern California. It's gonna absolutely shock the consumer. Now you might say, Matt, natural gas prices are dropping like flies. What are you talking about here? Here's what I'm talking about. Natural gas prices in California up by 300% year on year. Once again, up by 300% year on year. Absolutely shocking. Why is this happening? Southern California Gas Company, San Diego Gas and Electric have issued stark warning to consumers. consumers that their January natural gas bills could double, citing factors for historically high wholesale costs that include sinking inventories, supply constraints, and a cold start to the winter that has soaked the West Coast. But in many other parts of the country, natural gas futures prices have plunged. Traders Friday seeing a 17-month low. Henry Hub, Louisiana natural gas pipeline that serves as the benchmark for the North American natural gas market, the New York gas. Anyways, you know the deal. We look at it every single day. The Henry Hub, it is crashing. But somehow, natural gas prices in California skyrocket. It is the exact opposite of what's happening in California today, said Robert Yauber, who's the managing director of Energy Futures Strategist based in New Jersey, investment firm Mizuho Securities. Why is this happening in California? The answer is our dictator that we have, King Kim Jong-un, whose insane policies ruined this state. Make no mistake, I'm not naive. I know California always had problems. But folks, it is absolute disaster here. The homelessness all over the place. The crumbling infrastructure all over the place. Look what's going on right now in the storm. What do you think will happen with the big markets? I'm talking about the big picture. You think anything's going to hold? Any of our infrastructure is going to hold? Crime all over the place. Inflation, absolute insanity. Makes no sense at all. Prices across the country going down. In California, they're going up. So my fellow Californians, are you happy with what's going on? How long are we going to pretend that this is okay? How long are we going to watch this man destroy this state day by day, minute by minute, and continue to vote for him over and over again? What a bunch of morons. And on top of that, it's about to get even worse. The federal government, along with the governments of California and New York, they're now looking into banning gas stoves. Now, if you're not familiar, all in all, across the country, gas stoves are more efficient and they cost less. Electric gas stoves cost more. So this is a thing. Leave it to these lunatics who have absolutely no logic whatsoever. They want to ban regular vehicles. They want to ban gas stoves. All in the name of saving the planet. And they want to do this transition. What? And the question becomes, where are the EVs? Where are the affordable EVs? Where are the affordable electric stoves? The answer is nowhere. You take the abundant supply of regular cars, of gas stoves, you ban them, and you leave all of these consumers competing for whatever supply left of EVs and electric stoves. Tax inflation, supplies down, demand high, prices go high. These people are absolute lunatics. How about we do a gradual transition? Get the supply in line, get an abundant supply in line, and then gradual transition. That way you don't cause inflation. But again, beloved politicians have no logic at all. And when it rains, of course, in California, the drought, which is supposed to be over right now, but we're wasting all that water back in the ocean. Millions of Californians are now struggling to pay the bills for water because water bills sky high. And folks, the tragedy in utility bills skyrocketing across the country, not just in California, leaving consumers behind. 1 in 4 Americans, 25% of the population, are unable to pay their utility bills on the census. Again, 1 in 4 Americans are unable to pay their utility bills. So when you hear all of this fugazi data, all this bullshit data about, oh, the consumer is so strong, consumer spending is robust. You know what's robust? It's your ass. Tell me how the consumer is robust when 1 in 4 Americans are behind on their utility bills. So when you get the data about, oh, Q4 GDP by the Atlanta Fed shows that consumer spending is healthy, is pushing GDP higher. Is it really healthy, or is the consumer paying more for goods and services? So the GDP that we see right now, that's fake. Of course consumer spending is moving higher because we're paying more, not because we're buying more, not because we have more disposable income in our pockets. So again, when it comes to the CPI, utilities, electricity bills, I don't see this as a good spot. This will be a bad one. Another bad one would be airline airfare ticket prices. So in the month of December, there's no doubt in my mind, it will be absolute embarrassment. The Bureau cooks this data and shows us that airfare ticket prices went down in December. Nobody's gonna buy this. We all know what happened with the Southwest Airlines canceling thousands of flights, leaving millions stranded at airports. All of these folks had to compete with whatever supply left tickets by other airlines to go back home. For me, for example, Southwest canceled my flight. I paid $800 for a flight by Frontier Airlines. Again, not complaining. I know other folks who paid $3,000 for a ticket to go back home. Unbelievable. And today you might have heard the news that all flights in the US were grounded because of an FAA system outage. This is the richest country in the world. We have a crumbling infrastructure. Yet we're sending $100 billion plus to the script of Ukraine. What's going on? All of these delays, all these cancellations, these are inflationary in nature. Because folks are stranded. We have to book flights again. And the tickets prices are going higher and higher and higher. So in my opinion, tomorrow CPI, airfare ticket prices will go higher until the months by a lot. That will tilt the overall CPI higher. So watch out for this category. And the conclusion is, according to JP Morgan's trading this, they see that the market is going to rally because the probability for CPI to come out below expectations is the highest. Again, JP Morgan has a good track record when it comes to this, but who knows? According to the Laboratory, they say if the CPI comes out below 6.4%, the probability of that is 20%. The S&P will go higher by 3 to 3.5%. But the more probable outcome is the CPI will be between 6.4 to 6.6%. The odds for that stand at 65%. The S&P 500 reaction will be up by 1.5 to 2%. However, the CPI comes out in the shocking above 6.6% year on year. Probability according to the Laboratory is 15%. The S&P will go down 2.5 to 3%. Now this is what the fundamentals say. According to leading indicators, the fundamentals, category by category. We have some good news, we have some bad news. In my opinion, I think the CPI could be a little higher than expectations. But again, it depends on shelter inflation. If that comes out down, the books show us a tame reading for that. The CPI all in all could come down. Now this is what the fundamentals say. Now stick around to the end of the video because we cover the charts. In the charts, some charts say that the CPI will be hotter than expectations, but a lot of them say the CPI will be cooler than expectations. We'll cover that in the charts analysis and make a conclusive slide. So stick around for that. But for now, we're gonna move on to cover the stock market information for you. We begin with the closing indices today, and here we go. The Dow Industrial Average up big by 268.9.
Talking about using artificial intelligence to design our own invention.
First, let's define what we mean by
artificial intelligence, or AI. Is the ability of a computer or machine to
Come on, you really thought I was gonna ruin the entire video in the first 30 seconds? But what you just saw there is called ChatGPT, and it's a new artificial intelligence chatbot that can do a whole bunch of stuff. And some examples of things that it can do for you include writing lines of code in real time, crafting a lovely poem why Drake keeps buying unnecessary things, and even writing out the entire script for this YouTube video. And today I'm gonna use artificial intelligence to figure out what my next unnecessary invention is gonna be. And I'm gonna use a few different AI programs to figure out the the problem that we need to solve, the invention for that problem, the product's name, the description, and a rendering so that I can take all of that information that artificial intelligence gives me and spit out a brand new invention for you guys. And this is actually kind of weird because normally I start every video at least having some sort of idea of what I'm building, but today we're all up to the computers. And the very first thing that we have to do according to our AI-generated YouTube script, first we need to identify a problem that our invention will solve. This could be anything from making a task more efficient to improving safety in a certain situation. So I got to thinking, what's going to be the best way for artificial intelligence to tell me what problem we should solve? So I just went direct. Tell me some real-world problems people might have when they go out in public. And right away it started spitting out some real-world problems like long lines and crowds at popular destinations, finding parking, and rude people. But I wanted to focus on this one, cleanliness or maintenance issues at public facilities. Because let's be real, we've all been to a gross public bathroom. And I had to wash my hands just thinking about it, but that got me wondering, where else are people concerned about germs? So I hopped over to ChatGPT and said, name 5 places people might be concerned about germs. It gave me some good stuff to work with, like public restrooms, public transportation, shopping carts, restaurant tables, and water fountains. But I wanted to focus in right here where it talks about door handles. Because what do you do when you come up on a door handle that's just completely covered in germs? There's got to be some sort of invention where you can open the door without actually having to touch the handle. And today I don't got the answers. Today, we ask artificial intelligence. And this is where things were going to start to get interesting, because artificial intelligence was going to actually come up with invention ideas for us in an unnecessary way, of course. And this is when my mind was officially blown. It started pumping out invention idea after invention idea of things I would actually make. But once we got to the very last one, I knew we hit the jackpot. This device is a small suction cup that is attached to a keychain. The user attaches the suction cup to the door handle and uses the keychain to open the door without having to touch the handle directly. It's perfect. I think that's the perfect solution for an unnecessary invention. It is kind of creepy how it nailed it on the head, like the vibe of an unnecessary invention. That suction keychain is totally it. But now the next thing that we need to figure out is the name of it. And I have a very specific way that I like to name my products. Like over here, we've got the sipping stopwatch. Down below that, we've got the no trick tracker. If we go over here, we have the classic glizzy gripper. And of course, we got these, which are the sobbing spectacles. So now I had to find out if it knew what alliteration was, plus if it could pick up on context clues. If I just said invention number 5, would it know what to do? And not only did it come up with the perfect name, the suction saver, but it also told me why it was going to be the perfect name. So we have found ourselves a problem, we found an invention to solve that problem, we have a name for our invention, but the last thing we need to think about is what is that invention going to look like? And I've got a really big gripe because I tried that like artificial intelligent avatar maker and mine came out absolutely horrible. Like what is this? So right off the bat, I wasn't having too much confidence, but I grabbed my computer and got nice and cozy, and this time we were going to be using DALL-E. And just like last time, all we have to do is type in a sentence, hit enter, and wait a few seconds. Now we get artificially intelligent generated photo images. And now it was time to train the artificial intelligence to figure out the exact descriptive words that I needed to tell it in the exact style that I wanted the images to look like. And there were a few bumps along the road, really teaching myself how to make this thing work the way I wanted it to. And some of them came out looking kinda weird. But once I figured out exactly what I needed to tell this artificial intelligence to show me, it finally pumped out some images that we were actually gonna be able to use. And I decided to finally land on this rendering as the inspiration for our invention. What I think I've learned so far for artists trying to use artificial intelligence, you can definitely use it to sort of guide you in different directions, but it's definitely not the end-all be-all. So I'm gonna use that as the basis of our invention idea, but maybe I'll put my own little twists on it. And really quick, we don't have a sponsor for today's video, but if you wanna pick up my new board game, it's available. Link will be down in the description. It should be 20% off before Christmas. If you're watching this before Christmas, there's still time to get it. So let's go design our brand new suction saver. It was time for me to do what I do best, and using that image as a reference, I hopped into Fusion 360 and started creating a 3D model of what our new invention was going to actually look like in the real world. The 3D model ended up looking like this with a few different components. And so I ever so elegantly rolled on over to the 3D printers, double checked I had the right colors inside there, and hit go. And thank you, and thank you. We've got our 3 different parts for the suction saver looking pretty dang good. We've got the faux doorknob that we're gonna use, and we're gonna suction cup this to the door and hopefully open it. Here's the carabiner that's gonna attach to my belt, and I didn't do any top and bottom layers, so we just have that gyroid infill. And then these 2 pieces here are gonna connect together, and this is gonna have a little retractable cord so that it goes in and out. And that's the other thing you gotta think about with using artificial intelligence. I had to design all these different parts with the consideration of what do I have around my studio to actually bring this to life. You could probably plug some of those parameters into the artificial intelligence, but it's never gonna get it to the exact dimensions that you need. So use it as a tool, but not the ends to the means. Now let's go get those other things that I was talking about and finally finish the suction saver. And the one last satisfying thing is to take off the plastic on the suction. But now we have ourselves a fully AI-generated invention idea living in the real world. We've got the suction saver carabiner here that will attach to our belt, that then attaches down to this retractable cord. And that connects right up inside into our faux doorknob that we'll be able to use to put onto the door and then pull it open without getting any germs on ourselves. All right, let me just go ahead and slide it here right onto my belt buckle. Looking pretty good hanging there. I like the colors that the AI came up with. You know, I just copied it from that rendering earlier on. So we got the white, the yellow, and the blue. And now it just retractably goes in and out. Let's go test it on an actual doorknob. Oh yeah, the back of this is actually like a sticky suction pad. So hopefully it works. So picture you come up to this doorknob and it is absolutely disgusting. You got your suction saver here. You reach down and grab it. Firmly attach it to the door, and now you can pull it open without having to touch the gross part of the door. Pull it closed, and then it should just snap right off. But what are we thinking? The suction saver. Idea and concept? I'm gonna give it like a solid 6. It's a pretty solid unnecessary invention that was created by artificial intelligence. Build quality though, I'm giving this a good old 9. It almost looks like reminds me of like the Bop It. I'll be sure to go leave a link down in the description for all of those different AI tools I use, as well as my board game. You can get it on Amazon and my own website. And make sure you subscribe to the channel. I think I'm gonna go out in public and maybe I'll make a YouTube short of testing this thing in the real world. From artificial intelligence into the real world. With that, I will see you at the next unnecessary invention. See ya!
An enemy has been slain.